Help! Professor Quirrell's shrill cry echoed through the corridor. Luen frowned and lowered his wand. Looks like there won't be time for a second attempt. Good luck, he said lightly. Peter Pettigrew cast one last contemptuous glance at Voldemort, who was still frozen in shock. Under the Dark Lord's disbelieving gaze, Peter stepped backward and passed straight through the wall, vanishing without a trace. Quirrell collapsed onto the floor, clutching his arm and screaming in pain. Stop yelling, you idiot! Voldemort hissed furiously. If they come in, they'll find me. Gathering what little magic he had recovered, Voldemort dragged the purple turban back over his head, hiding himself once more. Moments later, heavy footsteps rushed toward the door. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Filch kicked the wooden door open with a loud bang. As a squib, brute force was the only way he knew. The sight inside made his heart drop. Quirrell lay on the floor, writhing, blood trickling from his nose as he clutched his arm. His entire body trembled in agony. This wasn't the effect of a true killing curse. Filch had seen enough magic in his decades at Hogwarts to know the difference. A proper Avada Kedavra left no wounds. No blood. Just death. This was something weaker. Incomplete. Someone had attacked Hogwarts at night. Panic filled Filch's cloudy eyes. This was serious. Very serious. Filch. Quirrell gasped. I'm still alive. Send me to the infirmary, he stammered. And call Snape. It didn't matter anymore that Snape despised him. The potions master was the only one who could save his life. Third floor bathroom, later that night. Luen stared at his trembling hands, still faintly numb from the spell. It seems the unforgivable curses really aren't that easy to master, he muttered. He had read every forbidden spell while studying with Hermione. Theory wasn't the problem. Practice was. This had been his first time casting Avada Kedavra, the most vicious spell known to wizardkind. The magic had surged violently, slipping out of his control the instant he released it. His wand hand had shaken, and the curse had gone wide. At least half of the green light had missed. That was why Quirrell's arm had only been grazed instead of ending his life. Luen had planned to try again. But Filch's patrol had ruined that idea. More importantly, nearly an hour had passed. His borrowed appearance was already fading. Standing before the mirror, Luen watched as his body shrank, the excess weight melting away. His features sharpened. Golden hair grew back, and within moments, his true form returned. Tonight's objective is complete, he said quietly. He had successfully used Peter Pettigrew's identity to disgust Voldemort and sow chaos within the Dark Lord's own ranks. Luen had always assumed Voldemort would eventually realize he was being deceived. A Slytherin prodigy like Tom Riddle would never be ignorant of Polyjuice Potion forever. But that didn't matter. Luen only wanted answers. After exchanging experiences with Senior Tom, he had discovered just how much he still needed to learn. Especially spell control. Yawning, Luen left the bathroom and returned to his dormitory. He slept peacefully. Others would not be so fortunate. Hogwarts Infirmary. What do you mean he isn't dead? Snape's composure shattered as he stared at Quirrell, disbelief burning in his eyes. He even dares to call himself the Dark Lord? Yes, Quirrell said weakly, lifting his bandaged arm. He cast the killing curse on me. This arm is proof. Following Voldemort's furious instructions, Quirrell had revealed everything. Peter Pettigrew was alive. Snape's potions had stabilized Quirrell's condition, but the damaged arm would take weeks to recover. That cowardly rat, alive, Snape murmured, eyes narrowing. According to Dumbledore, Quirrell was undeniably connected to Voldemort. And yet tonight, two Death Eaters had turned on each other. Something was very wrong. Snape turned sharply and strode toward the headmaster's office. The moonlight spilled across the stone floor as Dumbledore listened, his expression darkening with every word. Peter Pettigrew, alive, Dumbledore said quietly. A Death Eater. A recipient of the Order of Merlin. Snape clenched his fists. He betrayed Lily, he said through gritted teeth. Not serious. It was that cowardly rat. Hatred burned in Snape's eyes. Peter Pettigrew had hidden behind others for years, escaping justice. But now? Now things were different. "I will make you regret surviving," Snape whispered into the silence. And somewhere in Hogwarts, the game had truly begun. I never expected the informant back then to be Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore watched Snape, whose jaw was clenched so tightly it looked ready to crack. "Calm yourself, Severus," Dumbledore said gently. "At present, we cannot confirm the truth of this matter." Snape forced his breathing to slow, barely containing the storm in his chest. For years, he had believed Sirius Black was the traitor. Sirius had been sent to Azkaban, and 9 long years had passed. In that time, Snape's hatred had dulled, buried beneath routine and bitterness. But now? If Quirrell was telling the truth, then the real traitor had been free all along, and Sirius had spent 9 years suffering as a scapegoat. The thought brought a twisted sense of release. None of that group had escaped unscathed. Not even Sirius Black. "Severus," Dumbledore continued, his voice firm, "do not forget that Quirrell and Voldemort are aligned. If Peter Pettigrew truly was a Death Eater, does it make sense that he would suddenly act in this manner?" Dumbledore had known Peter Pettigrew personally through the Order of the Phoenix. He had never understood how such a timid, cowardly boy had been sorted into Gryffindor. Snape shared that doubt. Peter Pettigrew had never possessed courage. Never conviction. Facing Voldemort with a wand in hand? The idea fell apart under scrutiny. Slowly, Snape's fury cooled into something sharper. Suspicion. Filch's account stated that Quirrell had been alone in the room. So where, exactly, had Peter Pettigrew come from? No one knew. Not even Quirrell could explain it. "I will uncover the truth myself," Snape said at last, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. His voice was low and dangerous. "And if Peter Pettigrew is alive, I will kill him." Without waiting for a response, Snape turned and strode out of the headmaster's office. The portraits erupted immediately. "What kind of attitude was that?" "Dumbledore, this happened under your watch. I told you Tom Riddle was a pure Slytherin. Salazar's legacy lives on." Dumbledore ignored them all. He stood by the window, eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Quirrell," he thought, "I hope you spoke the truth. If you did, then an innocent man had spent 9 years in Azkaban." Sirius Black. Snape descended the spiral staircase alone, his footsteps echoing in the dark. His anger had burned itself out, leaving clarity behind. Quirrell had been hiding something. Whether by Voldemort's design or his own fear, Snape would soon find out. Morning. Luen opened his eyes, took one look at the 2 wizards still asleep on the carpet, and smacked his forehead. "I forgot to dispel the illusion." With a snap of his fingers, the enchantment vanished. The 2 men swayed, then groggily climbed to their feet. "Good morning," Luen said politely as he walked past them toward the washroom. Outside the Slytherin common room, snow had begun to fall. Cold wind swept icy flakes across the grounds. The Great Hall was already lively. Students gathered around breakfast tables, laughing and chatting. Gryffindor's table was especially loud. As Luen approached, he was immediately greeted. "Good morning, Luen." "Good morning, George," he replied. "That's Fred," the twin corrected him. Luen stared at them flatly. "How am I supposed to tell?" The twins laughed. Following them to the table, Luen noticed Hermione sitting alone and headed straight for her. She looked lonely. "What are you reading?" he asked. She tilted the book slightly. "The Rules and Techniques of Quidditch." Luen blinked. "Since when do you care about Quidditch?" Hermione took a bite of bread and slid a copy of the Daily Prophet toward him. The front page featured the season's Quidditch results. "To understand it," she said simply. Luen glanced at the paper, then lost interest. Just then, Harry and Ron shuffled over, yawning. "Morning," Harry said. They had stayed up late debating something important. Potions class. Skipping it meant fewer points lost, but Snape's deductions were brutal. Hermione spoke lightly, without looking up. "Professor Snape will hold a potions exam at the end of term. If you fail..." She didn't need to finish. Harry panicked instantly. "Then what do we do? We can't keep losing points." Ron subtly slid his chair away from Harry. Most of the deductions were Harry's fault anyway. If Ron sat next to Luen in class, there was no risk. He could even copy notes and gain points. Sorry, Harry, Ron thought quietly. You're on your own.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
There was no potions class for Snape today, so the two of them breathed a sigh of relief for a while. The morning class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The theoretical knowledge has been finished, and it is time to cast the magic spell. The tabby cat that Professor McGonagall turned into sat quietly on the podium. After getting along for the past few days, everyone knew that this cat was Professor McGonagall. So there are no curious little wizards to tease. After all, an older cat girl is not something they can touch. When it was time for class, Professor McGonagall handed everyone a match. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's use the transfiguration spell in this class. With that said, Professor McGonagall pointed his wand at the tall podium, chanting a spell softly in his mouth. Boom! A white mist suddenly drifted past, and soon, the hard podium instantly turned into a pink-skinned pig. You can even hear humming. Wow! Although they had seen Professor McGonagall turn a button into a frog at the beginning of the class, they couldn't help but look surprised. For this semester's Transfiguration final exam, you need to turn a little mouse into a snuff bottle. Professor McGonagall turned the running pig back after a performance. With a flick of the wand, the levitation charm sent the table back to its original position. Hearing the final homework that Professor McGonagall left behind, the little wizards all looked embarrassed. Turning a living thing into a dead thing is a bit beyond recognition for them now. Now what we have to learn is to turn a match into a needle. I believe this is not difficult for some people who listen to the lecture seriously. Professor McGonagall glanced at Luann and Hermione sitting in the front row. First bonus points for completed academies. After hearing the extra points, the little wizards from the two academies instantly lit up and immediately took out their wands and aimed them at the match. However, Luann pulled out his wand unhurriedly. For him who turned the button into a frog in the first lesson, the transformation of this lesson was not difficult. And Miss Hermione next to her also took out her wand, pointed it at the match, and chanted the spell word by word. Transfiguration spell. Soon, under the curious gazes of Luann and Hermione, the match began to twist. After a while, the top half of the match became a metal tip, but the bottom half remained the same, still a long wooden strip. Failed. Hermione continued to wave her wand instead of frustrated. But almost every time there is something wrong. Maybe you can close your eyes, Luann reminded. Hermione's eyes were fixed on the match while the transfiguration charm was being cast, which could easily affect the shape of the needle in her mind. Let me try. Hermione nodded and closed her eyes. Carefully build the shape of the needle in your mind. Don't think about the original match. A gentle voice guides her ear. Transfiguration spell. With a pleasant sound, the match in front of him immediately began to twist, and all kinds of accidents did not happen this time. A thin needle shining with metallic luster lay quietly on the table. Impossible transformation, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall, who was on the podium, came over, picked up the fine needle and glanced at it. Gryffindor adds 10 points. Thank you, Professor, thanks to Luann's help. Hermione hadn't forgotten Luann's guidance to her. Moreover, her desire for college points is not so strong now. Because no matter where you add it back, it will be lost on Harry and Ronald. Miss Hermione was tired. Oh, Mr. Geralt. McGonagall put his eyes on Luann. The match is still on the table in front of him. Looks like something's wrong with you. Professor, of course, but I think I can now. Transfiguration spell. Luann picked up his wand and clicked on the match, and a thin needle was quickly deformed, very similar to the one Hermione made. No flaws either. Great job. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. However, only the first-place finisher can get extra points, so it's a pity that Slytherin didn't get any points for this class. Hermione thought of this too. She pursed her lips, tilted her head, and glanced at Llewellyn's profile. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Professor McGonagall, who was walking to the podium, watched the interaction between the little snake and the little lion, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. So good. The sunset glow is beautiful. Especially on snowy days, through the window, the outside seems to be covered with snow white, and even the Black Lake has a thin layer of ice. Since it was too cold outside, the little wizards chose to go back to their bedrooms after class to prepare a cup of hot chocolate milk. Llewellyn and Hermione did not choose to go to the library to study again, because Mrs. Pants got off work early on a snowy day, and according to the ghosts, she went to the Three Broomsticks bar in Hogsmeade for a drink. So now the only places to go are their respective colleges. Llewellyn held Hermione's notebook in the charms class in his hand and parted from Hermione at the head of the stairs. When he returned to Slytherin, Llewellyn also paid a special visit to Professor Quirrell. Dear Professor Quirrell was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, looking half dead. He just glanced at it from a distance and turned back. Just don't die. Recently, his killing curse has made a lot of progress, and he is thinking about whether to go to Senior Tom to practice his hand. But seeing Quirrell like this, after thinking about it, let it go. After all, he is also a person. The wool also has to wait for the wool to grow. Back in the Slytherin's lounge, Malfoy and Crabbe were playing wizard chess. Do you want to play together? Llewellyn raised his eyebrows and walked over. After 2 glances, he went back to his bed. He wasn't interested in wizard chess. If you have that time, you might as well study hard. Turning on the bedside lamp, Llewellyn took out Hermione's notebook. The beautifully continuous font line by line made notes of what Professor Flitwick said, and his keen vision led him to spot a long brown curly hair. There is still a faint fragrance left on it, which is Hermione's hair. Looking at this long hair, Llewellyn thought about it and put it away. In case it comes later. We all know, Slytherin has not been compatible with Gryffindor since its establishment, and there is hardly any friendly communication between the people of the 2 houses. But joining Slytherin's freshmen this year, Llewellyn Gerald is definitely an outlier. He does not have the arrogance of those snakes, nor their ambition, nor any unscrupulous performance. Even most of the little wizards in Gryffindor had a crush on him. When eating at Gryffindor, his green scarf and robe stood out. That splendid blonde hair and handsome facial features attracted the attention of those little witches. So, this is a love letter to me from the Little Witch of Gryffindor? Llewellyn scratched his head, looked at a letter dripping with love wax that Harry handed him, and asked inexplicably, "Yes, after all, I promised her." Harry gave a wry smile. Just last night, while he was resting in the Gryffindor common room, a freckled little witch stopped her, blushing and asking Harry to do her a favor. And Harry, who faced this kind of thing for the first time, agreed immediately without thinking. After all, that little witch is still very beautiful. Although not as good-looking as Cho Zhang, Harry thought regretfully. Then the little witch handed him a letter under Harry's suspicious eyes. "Please help me get it to Llewellyn. I see you're getting pretty close to him." The voice fell, and the little witch ran back to the bedroom with a blushing face. And Harry froze in place with the letter shoved into his hands. So, it wasn't for him? It's for Llewellyn. Harry's heart was devastated, and this was another emotional blow to him after learning that Qiu Zhang was dating Cedric. "Forget it. I'm not interested in her." Llewellyn shook his head and dropped the letter in his hand on the table. "What's not interesting?" At this time, Hermione, who had just arrived at the restaurant, asked curiously. "It's nothing, it's just a letter." Llewellyn pointed to the letter on the table, then asked suspiciously, "Are you here so late today?" It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning, and by this time, Hermione was already sitting in her seat, eating breakfast and doing her homework. "Letter?" Hermione was stunned, turned her head slightly and saw the envelope marked with love. "Is this a love letter?" The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that something was wrong. "Someone wants to steal a home. I sorted out the theoretical content of the charms class last night, so I went to bed a little late. Notes for you." Hermione handed Luan the notes in her hand, and Luan would borrow them to study them after she finished taking notes. She simply brought it over consciously. Luan also took the notebook unceremoniously. Hermione's notes were very comprehensive and detailed in every aspect, and he preferred to read Miss Granger's manuscripts rather than textbooks with complicated nouns. Why don't you buy books next semester? This can also save a lot of Jean Gallion, which is just used to buy some potion materials. The relationship between the two of you is really good. It's almost inseparable, like my two brothers. When Ronald saw the scene, he couldn't help but think of his twin brother who often played pranks. The two of them have been inseparable since they were born, and no matter where they go, there will be two identical shadows. Won't you two get bored? Ronald couldn't help asking. Aren't you and Harry the same? Miss Hermione smiled and said the same thing to Ronald. Ronald was like a follower, following Harry all day long. Hey, we two are best friends. So are both of us. Just like children fighting, the two of them fought directly at the dining table until the time for class finally stopped. Damn it, Harry, let's go. The two were fighting against each other. Ronald, who was not high enough in IQ, was mad at Hermione's counterattack. The dirt on your nose hasn't been removed yet. Under Hermione's sneering gaze, Ronald stood up and directly pulled Harry up and ran away in anger. The unpleasantness caused by seeing that love letter has also dissipated a lot. Thinking of the love letter, she turned to look at Luan, who was full and full. Want something to eat? Seeing Hermione looking at him with a smile, Luan brought her a piece of bread, and then the two went to the big lawn to prepare for class. Flying lessons. Mrs. Hooch had prepared brooms for each little wizard early. Due to the accident that happened to Neville last time, she set a big push after the class started. In the last flying class, most of the gifted little wizards learned the flying spell. That doesn't include Hermione. Miss Granger was gifted in other ways, but the flying charm was never able to fly. Stand up. Hermione chanted the magic spell on the broom lying on the ground, and then the broom that had been motionless suddenly flew straight up. And a little wizard in Slytherin who was standing in front of her was unlucky and was hit directly on the shoulder by the broom. I'm sorry. Hermione quickly apologized. Hey, you bloody mudblood. An expletive came out of Slytherin's little wizard's mouth, and it was clear that the apology wasn't accepted. Luan, who was standing on the side, heard the curse words. His pale blue eyes narrowed. He knew the foul-mouthed Slytherin in front of him, a noble wizard who talked about pure blood in the hall every day, Beige Shafiq. I think you should wash your mouth. Hermione didn't understand mudblood, but that didn't mean Luan didn't. Geralt, you Slytherin betrayer, is too embarrassed to speak of me. Shafiq looked at Luan, who was standing beside Hermione, and sarcastically spoke directly. In Slytherin, many wizards have called Luan, who was close to Gryffindor, a traitor. Yes! Luan was not polite. He took out his wand and pointed it at him. What do you want to do? Shafiq looked at the wand aimed at him and had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Hooch is on the big lawn. If the other party takes the lead, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. Luan's academic performance is obvious to all, and he believes that he may not be able to play Luan. You think I don't dare to do it? Looking at Shafiq, who became fearless, Luan smiled. The front teeth match. Just took you to try your new spell. A ray of light emerged from the wand and directly hit the stunned Shafiq. He actually did it. At this time, Hooch also discovered the situation here. She hurriedly trotted over and shouted angrily. What are you two doing? I'm going to tell your dean everything here. The magic spell made Shafiq's front teeth very long. As an alternative to the attack spell, the incisor matchstick will only make people's front teeth very long, and it will not be restored by other magic spells. In other words, Shafiq will be taking this ridiculous pair of front teeth to class in the past few days. As for telling Snape, Luan can only say that there is such a good thing. Asterisk. After the flying lesson was over, the angry Mrs. Hooch deducted 20 points from Slytherin, and also told Snape about the fight between the two. Luan, this is all my reason. Hermione whispered guiltily, looking at Luan, who had come out for her. I'll go with you. I'll explain it to Professor Snape. No. Lu-en shook his head and refused. After hearing Shafik's mudblood curse, Lu-en knew that he must not be punished today. And Shafik was in front of a group of pureblood wizards, glaring at Lu-en with ridiculous front teeth. Malfoy was not among them. He directly chose to watch the play neutrally. When he saw that Shafik dared to taunt Lu-en, he knew that Shafik was going to be unlucky. But Hermione bit her lower lip, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all, she accidentally caused this matter, but now it was Lu-en who took care of her. Okay, don't worry. Lu-en stroked her brown curly hair, comforting. Professor Snape knows who to punish for anyone. Soon, Snape, who came to lead the flight class, took Lu-en and Shafik away with a blank expression under Hermione's worried eyes. Inside Snape's small office. Tell me, Gerald and Mr. Shafik? Snape's eyes twitched as he looked at the two of them with a fearless look. I really don't know why these two don't look a little scared. Shafik was not afraid because Lu-en made the first move, and he didn't even fight back. And Lu-en is simpler, Shafik cursed first. And it was the mudblood that Snape didn't want to hear. Sure enough, after hearing Lu-en's explanation, Snape's face darkened instantly. Shafik, you insulted Granger mudblood first? Snape narrowed his eyes and his voice grew colder. Yes, but Lu-en moved first. Shafik also noticed something was wrong at this time, and he quickly pointed out Lu-en's violent behavior. Snape sneered and turned to look at Lu-en, eyes filled with shadows. Gerald, go and make a copy of the note I gave you. Give it to me before Christmas. After hearing this punishment, Shafik's face instantly brightened, but he didn't see Lu-en's mouth corners, couldn't help but smile. As for you, Shafik. Snape suppressed the unknown anger in his heart and said the punishment in a cold voice. You go to Filch and confine yourself. 3 days of confinement. No, Professor, why is that? Hearing his punishment, Shafik's eyes widened immediately, looking very funny with those long front teeth. You must know that Filch's confinement was abolished a few years ago, mainly because it was too cruel and not suitable for the physical and mental development of the little wizards. But now Snape had let him go to confinement. What are you kidding? There is no reason. You have to pay for your words and deeds. Snape looked at Shafik, who was a little unconvinced, his expression unmoved. From tonight. After speaking, Snape kicked the two of them out of the room. Good luck, Mr. Mole. Lu-en said to Shafik with a smile. I'll be back sooner or later. Shafik, who was laughed at, gritted his teeth, and after he said a harsh sentence, he turned and left. If you say anything bad, say mudblood. Lu-en looked at the leaving back and chuckled lightly. It's not self-inflicted. Lily, if I hadn't said it back then. In the basement, Snape was restless, holding some old photo frames. If he hadn't spoken out about mudblood, maybe there wouldn't have been anything about James Potter. However, he still said it at that time. I'll find the damn whistleblower. Snape muttered to himself, stroking the young woman on the album. Peter Pettigrew. When Lu-en returned to the restaurant safe and sound, Hermione, who had been waiting for him, ran over. Well, what punishment did Professor Snape give you? We can share it together. The little witch said worriedly beside him. Lu-en's heart warmed. Professor Snape just asked you to make a copy of your notes? After hearing Lu-en finish, Hermione opened her eyes wide and repeated in disbelief. Yes, to him before Christmas. Lu-en nodded. Shafik is rather miserable. He is going to find Filch for 3 days of confinement. 3 days of confinement? Harry and Ronald, who were also sitting on both sides, looked incredulous. When will that old bat be so fair? Did we think wrong, Professor Snape? Harry, who was deducted from small syndrome, said involuntarily. S confinement is not a good thing. I heard my brother Percy say it. It was a torture. Ronald has often heard Percy use Filch to scare him since he was a child, and naturally knows the horror of that confinement. A few people rested in the restaurant for a while and then parted ways. Lu-en and Hermione are going to the library to take notes together. He didn't refuse Hermione's help either. Because there are too many notes to copy. It would take him 3 or 4 days to copy by himself. After Mrs. Pins interrupted her daily study and forced the library to close. Only then did Luan realize that it was time for quiet school. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Luan waved goodbye to Hermione and hurried back to the Slytherin Point lounge. When he got to the lounge, he saw Shafiq, who was about to go out. Gerald, wait for me. Shafiq said something vicious, turned around and prepared to leave the lounge and went to find Filch for confinement. Luan glanced at the defenseless figure and waved his wand lightly. Bang! Shafiq screamed, and he didn't know when he fell to the ground. After hearing the screams, Luan returned to the dormitory contentedly. Tonight just happened to be the day when my frog cub came back. I don't know what good things the frog cub will bring back. When he returned to the dormitory, his frog cub had already fallen asleep on the bed. Thanks for your hard work. Luan put the frog cub into the den by the bed and turned to look at a small bottle lying on the bed. The bottle was filled with water. What is this? Luan looked at the bottle curiously, and then the specific content appeared in his perspective. Nianguaquin, 500 milliliters, a souvenir from Ranma. Effect: convert the male user who drank the spring water into a female, but it will only last for a period of time. Usage: just drink it directly. As a friendly reminder, 1 drop can last for 12 hours of sexual transformation, and it may never change back after drinking it all. Luan looked at the bottle full of unknown spring water in his hand and fell into doubt. Mother drowning in spring? Can the gender of a person be converted? Thinking of this, he quickly raised his head and looked at the frog cub sleeping in the nest. I didn't notice it just now, and now I realize that my frog cub has changed into a different look. The lotus leaf hat is dotted with flowers, and the green dots have some blush on either side of the cheeks. It looks even cuter. My frog cub has become a mother? Luan muttered to himself. Boom! At this moment, the door of the dormitory was opened, and it was Malfoy with blonde hair and his sidekick Crabbe who entered. Good evening, Gerald. Malfoy raised his eyebrows and greeted Luan. Good evening, Malfoy. Luan put the small bottle in the drawer and turned to look at Malfoy. Do you want to experiment with it first? What do you want? Malfoy was furious with Luan's staring eyes, and he always felt that something bad was about to happen. Nothing. After thinking about it, Luan still gave up. 1 drop can transform people for 12 hours, and sooner or later they will find something abnormal in the morning, and then there will be no way to explain it. However, maybe Harry. Thinking about it, for some reason, Harry, who had been targeted by Snape, suddenly appeared in his mind. What if Harry became Harry? Well, Snape's expression must be funny. Thinking of this, Luan's eyes lit up. Going to see Harry tomorrow to discuss it, it just happens to be able to solve his recent troubles, which is completely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to prevent accidents, Luan specially separated out 2 or 3 drops of Nianguaquin and put them in a small bottle. This bottle is used for refining potions, and there is basically no problem of leakage. As for the remaining 500 milliliters large bottle of Nianguaquin, he put it into his own magical space. It's always safest there. Unless someone took out his other eye. Having spent an entire afternoon in the library today, Hermione was with him, and the 2 of them almost copied half of what was in the notes. So at night, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Yawned. Luan glanced at the 2 Malfoys who were excited to play games every night and couldn't help shaking his head. The 2 had been late for class several times recently, causing Slytherin to lose a lot of points. Internet addiction is a terrible thing. Thankfully, he didn't. Turning off the light on the bedside, Luan lay on the bed, a pair of pale blue eyes looking at the green water world outside the window. The breathing gradually calmed down. The next day dawned. Luan put on Little Snake's unique wizard robe, took a brief shower, put the small bottle that had been filled with Nianguaquin last night into his pocket, and went to the restaurant on the 1st floor. The place where Hogwarts was located was a steep cliff, and it was almost winter, and the howling cold wind was blowing the robes. The grass on the big lawn was blown into a circle of ripples. The sky is a little gloomy today. When Luan came to Gryffindor's table with his messy hair, Hermione leaned over immediately. He put the notes that he spent all night sorting out in front of him. I finished the rest of the notes. Miss Hermione, with dark circles under her eyes, raised her head proudly, as if waiting for a compliment. Is this what you did last night? Luan picked up the thick paper and was a little surprised for a while. To know that he and Hermione together, it took him an afternoon to finish halfway. But the rest. Luan was taken aback when he looked up to see the dark circles under the brown eyes. What time did you stay up late last night? He asked, frowning. What? Hermione was stunned, but when she saw Luan's frown, she didn't know why, and her heart suddenly became empty. Also, it's 2 o'clock, the girl said hesitantly. 2 o'clock. Looking at the girl who bowed her head because of her guilty conscience, Luan wanted to blame, but he didn't know what to say. Because Hermione was helping him with his homework. The two of us can do it together today. Luan sighed helplessly as he looked at Hermione, who unconsciously turned his face to the side. Don't do it again next time. Uh-huh. Miss Hermione regained her spirits and nodded hastily. The brown curls scattered in the air brought a floral fragrance. Morning, Luan and Hermione. The normally dejected duo sat across from the two, and it was Harry and Ronald who came. Why do you two look so depressed? Luan ordered a glass of chocolate milk from the house elf, took a sip from the straw, and asked Harry and the two of them by the way. The two of them are because there is a potions class today. Hermione also ordered a drink and explained for the two troubled brothers. Before potions class, both of them would be like this. Miss Jack of all trades, you don't understand how scary Snape is. Ronald couldn't help but retorted. Even Harry nodded. Snape catches me every class. Harry was almost numb now. Really? Then why don't you study hard? Miss Hermione pushed the potion notes in front of the two of them. If you both learn it, he shouldn't have any other reason to deduct points from you, right? All learned. You think too highly of the two of us. Harry said bitterly. If they could learn it, they would have gone to learn it long ago, mainly because they couldn't learn it. If you read that knowledge once, you will definitely forget it the next day. I have a good way to keep you from being targeted by Snape. Luan drank the hot chocolate milk in his hand and whispered to Harry, would you like to try? What way? Hearing that there was a way, Harry immediately opened his eyes wide and refreshed. Now he can do anything except skip class, as long as it can keep him from being targeted. Of course, my method requires your cooperation. Luan said and took out a small bottle from his pocket. You can't tell others about this, including Professor Snape. Of course. I won't say it. Harry said excitedly. Me too. Ronald next to him also said, as long as Harry is not targeted, he will not be targeted either. But only the keen Miss Hermione noticed the problem, and that was the tiny bottle that looked like it was a potion practice bottle. If that's the case, then come on. Luan couldn't hold back his smile, ordered another glass of chocolate milk, and handed it to Harry. At the same time, he put a drop of the Niang Shiquan in his hand into it. Please use. Before he could finish his words, Harry couldn't wait to drink it. Under Harry's suspicious gaze, Luan couldn't help laughing. Harry, oh no, Miss Harry. Trust me, Snape will never target you again. Asterisk. Harry, who had just finished drinking the chocolate milk, was full of question marks after hearing Luan's words. Miss Hallie? What's the meaning? Then, before he could ask further questions, Ronald, the good brother sitting beside him, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in astonishment. Harry, your body. And hair, what's going on? After hearing Ronald shout, Harry looked over in confusion. However, before he could react, he felt as if his vision was blocked by his hair. He knows that his hair grows very fast due to magic, but it won't directly cover his eyes. No, it's his hair that's getting longer. Luan, you just gave me a drink. Harry was about to ask, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that his voice seemed to have changed. The originally hoarse voice has now become soft and soft, like the cry of a nightingale. What exactly is going on? Harry was in shock. His voice and his hair, everything changed dramatically. Haven't found it yet? Luan pointed to his chest. Congratulations, now you've turned into a girl. Hermione subconsciously looked at Harry's chest along her fingertips and was stunned. The little witch fell into silence. You better see for yourself. Luan threw a mirror directly to Harry. He really didn't expect Nyang Wuchuan's strength to be so strong. The Harry in front of him was simply a different person. Long hair draped behind his head, some feminine features, and a beautiful figure. It's not Harry anymore, it's Harry. Harry blinked his beautiful green eyes and turned his gaze to the mirror. However, what the mirror reflected was a beautiful girl who looked very similar to him. No, this is him. How did he become like this? Harry's suspicious eyes slowly shifted to Luen, waiting for an explanation. The potion refined by mistake can keep you in your current state for 12 hours. Luen said. I have done experiments in advance, and there is no harm. But I only have so much in my hands. He raised the small bottle in his hand and said to Harry, but does this have anything to do with Snape not targeting me? Harley is still a little not used to the current state. After all, what is on her chest affects her actions. This potion is amazing. Ronald was on the side, staring straight at Harry and muttering to himself. One thing to say, the transformed Harley is definitely a more beautiful type. Don't look at Ronald. Harry felt Ronald's gaze and reminded angrily. Snape generally doesn't target women, does it? Luen laughed. It seems, is it true? Harry hesitated and nodded in agreement. Now that you're a woman, is Snape going to target you? After all, Snape was targeting Harry who looked like James. And this Harley who looks like Lily in front of me if Snape sees it. Thinking of this, Luen couldn't wait to see what Snape looked like. This morning happened to be a potions class. So the four of them went to the basement for class after breakfast. Harry complained as he walked with the book in his hands. It feels really uncomfortable, especially the stuff on the chest. And Miss Hermione didn't want to talk at all. She just walked silently behind Luen. I don't know what will happen to Luen after the transformation. Seeing Luen's figure, Hermione suddenly thought, come on, Harry, let me hold the book for you. Ronald, who was a good friend, walked over immediately and took the book from Harry's chest. Thank you. The crisp sound made Ronald's body stiffen slightly. No, you're welcome. Aren't we good friends? We should. Luen, who fell behind the front duo, looked more and more wrong. Does he feel like Ronald is interested in Harry? He must have thought wrong. Are you tired? Let me hold the book for you. Luen said to Hermione, who was walking with his head down while holding the book. Without waiting for her to respond, the handsome little wizard took away the pile of books in her arms. Thanks. Hermione whispered. Nothing, I should do it. The boy shrugged and walked into the back row of the classroom alongside the girl. The two of them are used to sitting in the corner of the classroom, so generally no one will occupy this corner. After Luen took his seat, he prepared all the materials for the blood tonic that he was going to make today. Over time. Soon Snape opened the door and walked in quickly, his robes puffed up by the wind like a big flying bat. Okay, what we are going to learn today is blood supplements. I don't want your troll brains to be unable to learn the simplest potions. Snape's daily taunt. Now let me ask, who knows the specific formula of the blood supplement? Harry Potter. It's over. It's over. Harry, who bowed his head, was suddenly desperate when he heard her name. The idea given by Luen is useless at all. Harry. Professor, I don't know. Harry stood up, bowed his head and replied as usual. Your mind is still, Lily? At this moment, Snape was suddenly stunned, and an incredible cry came out of his mouth. When Snape saw the figure standing up, he immediately froze in place. That face and those emerald green eyes were all very familiar. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Snape shook his head quickly, blinked and looked at Harry again. It's still the same, it hasn't changed back. Harry, what's the matter with your appearance? Snape stepped forward hastily, meeting those panicked green eyes. It's so similar, it's exactly the same as Lily. That disgusting face finally disappeared. When I was practicing the transformation spell, something happened. But Professor McGonagall said it would change back soon. Hallie gave the reasons that had been discussed this morning. Yes! Disappointment flashed in Snape's eyes when he heard that he would soon be back. Sit down and listen carefully to the next class. After speaking, Snape walked back to the podium. Snape didn't deduct his points. Harry's emerald green eyes widened in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the method Luen gave her actually worked. She calmed down her trembling mood and slowly sat down in her seat. I didn't expect Snape to not deduct your points. Even Ronald stared at him and exclaimed in a low voice, "I didn't expect." Harry shook his head in confusion. Is it really like what Luann said? Snape doesn't target women? Forget it. Why think so much? Snape didn't deduct points from her anyway. You know, Gryffindor will definitely lose more than 10 points as long as he is called up in every potions class. Even Ronald was implicated. But now she is different. Thinking, a smile appeared at the corner of Harry's mouth. Ronald next to him was stunned for a moment. Your good brother looks so attractive. Snapped. The wand in Snape's hand fell to the ground, and he bent down to pick it up with trembling hands. So similar. That smile, those eyes. For the first time since the beginning of class, Snape, who had been staring at Harry, felt flustered. It's just that after today, Harry will change back to that annoying face. Snape thought regretfully. It's just that Professor McGonagall has a class on transfiguration spells? Snape was suddenly confused. Forget it, Professor McGonagall's class took care of him. Lily. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the girl who was talking and laughing with Ronald. The people of the Weasley family are a little annoying. Ronald, answer me. Snape half squinted his eyes and called Ronald in a thick nasal voice. How long does it take to boil the water of life and death? Huh? Ronald, who was called out, looked blank. Professor, we haven't learned there yet. Aren't you going to preview in advance? After hearing Ronald's answer, Snape snorted coldly. You go sit next to Luann. Let him replenish your barren brain. Ronald pursed his lips and reluctantly picked up the book and went to the corner. Why do I feel like Snape is targeting me? He whispered towards Luann. But he's always targeted Harry before. But she's Hallie now. Luann said with a sideways glance at him. Why, you want to try this medicine too? No, I don't want it. Ronald, who was afraid of being drugged, immediately closed his mouth. Although Harry became like that, and it looked very seductive, but let him also become like that or forget it. The potion content in this class is very simple. It is to boil some ordinary blood tonics, which is the most common potion. Ronald follows in the footsteps of Luann and Hermione in a dignified way. The speed of these two scholars has always been the fastest refining. Ronald wanted to imitate, but he had just put the material in half, and the two people next to him had already covered the crucible. He was dumbfounded. Are these two people so fast? In desperation, he could only learn step by step according to the content in the book. Professor Snape was patrolling the potions classroom, staring at Harry from time to time, and today. But Harry always felt something was wrong with his eyes. Eye-catching? Complicated? After Luann and Hermione finished cooking, Snape also gave the two academies 10 points without hesitation. However, Ronald's crucible suddenly exploded during the brewing process. Thanks to Luann hastily pulled Hermione aside. This did not let the hot potion get cheap on the two of them. Hermione patted her chest with a lingering fear, her eyes glaring at Ronald. Don't you know that cold water is not allowed when brewing potions? The book says. Red hair was covered in stubble. Ronald wanted to talk back. The farce here caught Snape's attention unsurprisingly. Gryffindor's very much gone. As time goes on, this lesson will also come to an end. Even Harley, who doesn't have any talent for potions, has finished cooking. This gave her a sense of accomplishment. You must know that in the first few lessons, under Snape's fault, he never succeeded in refining. This is really good. But unfortunately, this form can only last for 12 hours. What about the next potions class? Harry thought silently. At this moment, Snape, who had been wandering in the classroom, also came to the side of Harley, who had turned into a girl. He glanced at the pot of peculiar smell of blood tonic and frowned slightly. But after seeing that handsome face, he immediately stretched out. Well done, much better than the previous few times. Snape's faint voice sounded. Gryffindor plus 10 points. It's just for Lily's sake, he thought. Harley, who heard the bonus points, immediately raised her head in surprise, her bright emerald green eyes looking at Snape with surprise. This was the first time she had added points to Snape's class. It's simply too rare. Noticing those familiar eyes, Snape turned his head subconsciously. You would never have thought that I would be awarded points by Snape. After class, among the 4 people who were preparing to go back to the restaurant together, Harley said with a face full of surprise. This is nothing short of a miracle. We all heard it. Hermione was speechless after Lewin. This sentence, Harry said at least 3 or 4 times. Even Ronald nodded in agreement. Harley has been talking since the beginning of Get Out of Class, and she is still talking now. It's so annoying. Lewin, this method you gave me is amazing. Looking at Harley, who was about to lean over, Lewin immediately turned and walked to the side. He knew that the girl in front of him was a real man. What's more, the appearance of Harley in front of him is not amazing to him. At least there is a gap compared to Hermione. He looked at Miss Hermione and thought, "What are you looking at?" Miss Hermione, who was being stared at, blushed involuntarily. Mainly Lewin's eyes were fixed on her, and he nodded in satisfaction from time to time. Of course you look good. Lewin said it without hesitation. Asterisk. Comments. After 4 people came to the restaurant, Lewin suddenly remembered doing nothing. I forgot to give the notes to Snape. Looking at the notes held in his arms, he suddenly remembered. It's okay. Isn't Professor Snape's class still available the day after tomorrow? Harry said with a smile. She had nothing to fear from Snape's class now, especially since Snape gave her a lot of points in this class. It made Harry's impression of Snape a lot better. But Ronald was in trouble. He found that Snape was not targeting Harry, but him. Whoever asked you to refine a blood tonic would make the cauldron explode. Lewin said speechlessly. The content of the book is clearly organized. How can there be mistakes? Lewin was puzzled. It's said to be mixed with cold water. Speaking of this, Ronald flushed and defended himself loudly. However, the cold water needs to be added when the refining is finished and bottling. Hermione was also very speechless. She basically read the contents of the book once, and there were no words that she couldn't understand, so how could she not understand it? Ronald was at a loss for words this time. What can he say? He's just a little idiot after all. Have a pumpkin pie and a glass of chocolate milk. Lewin sat at the table and ordered a meal for lunch today. Drinking chocolate milk every day will make you fat. Hermione saw the hot cup of dark chocolate milk and suddenly realized that Lewin had been drinking this thing for the past few days. And also get cavities. It's terrible. After hearing Miss Hermione's intimidation, Lewin didn't take it seriously. If there are cavities, then please. Mr. Granger is a good dentist. I believe that Miss Granger has also learned a lot of knowledge from her eyes and ears. Well, I'm not going to help you. Seeing the unmoved Lewin, Hermione shook her head and ordered a cup of black tea. She prefers tea to chocolate. Hey, Gerald. I knew you were here. Just after Lewin took a sip of milk, a familiar voice came from behind. The eyes of Harry and Ronald, who were sitting opposite him, became somewhat hostile. Why are you looking for me? When he turned his head, Malfoy with blonde hair came into view. Malfoy glanced at the group of 4, but he paused noticeably when he saw Harry. Flint asked me to tell you, come to practice Quidditch tomorrow. Quidditch? There will be no time tomorrow afternoon. He originally wanted to go to the library to read books related to potions. But help me tell him I'm not free tomorrow afternoon, and I have to finish Professor Snape's punishment for me. The conflict between him and Shafiq had already spread in Slytherin. Especially after learning that Shafiq had been locked up by Snape, the only thing everyone discussed every day was these 2 people. Because the word confinement hasn't been used at Hogwarts for a long time. Okay, I'll tell him. Malfoy nodded. He also knew about Lewin's punishment. It's just that compared to Shafiq, who was locked up, it's simply not worth mentioning. What's more, he was the one who took the initiative. Many pureblood wizards felt that Snape's actions were unfair, but no one dared to point it out. Blame Snape, they'd be crazy to go. After answering, Malfoy didn't leave, but stayed where he was, hesitating to say something. What's wrong? Lewin questioned. What's left to say? That's right. What's the name of the lady over there? Malfoy pointed at Harry, who looked stunned. Make a friend, my name is Draco Malfoy. Saying that, under Lewin's incredible gaze, Malfoy extended a small hand to Harry. Good guy. Long experience. Go away, who wants to know you? Harry was just like eating a big dung egg, and his face was ugly to death. She had never imagined that Malfoy would talk to her. Seeing Malfoy with a gentleman's smile, Harry couldn't help but want to throw up. She wanted to change back quickly. That's a pity. Malfoy, who was rejected, withdrew his hand with a bad look on his face. This is the second time he has been rejected as a friend. Last time was Harry. Puff. Seeing such a familiar face, Ronald couldn't help laughing. Redhead, it's you again. Malfoy glared at him. Why, you're not with your good friend Harry. Abandoned, poor follower. The sarcasm did not affect Ronald, who was laughing out loud. He knew that the witch sitting next to him was what Harry had become. This kind of thing, I'm afraid Malfoy can't think of it. Finally, under Lewin's strange gaze, Malfoy gritted his teeth and left with a gloomy expression. He's interested in Harry, Hermione said softly, lying beside him. But the silence around her made her words heard by both Harley and Ronald. I suddenly think it's better to be targeted by Snape, Harry said helplessly. When Malfoy came over to befriend him just now, he was taken aback. Although she said that her body is female now, it does not mean that he is psychologically female. Compared with this body, he still prefers the original body that has been with him for 11 years. This kind of thing is up to you, and the rest of the potion will be given to you as a Christmas present. Luen threw the small bottle of Nianguaquin from his pocket to Harry. Christmas is just around the corner, so it's time to give a gift in advance. Thanks. Harry didn't refuse either, and took a small amount of Nianguaquin and put it in his pocket. In case it comes later. He loves this Christmas present. After spending some time with the two of them, Luen and Hermione left the table to go for a walk by the Black Lake. Sitting in the library all day is boring. Even someone as studious as Hermione would get bored. So take it easy today. Asterisk. On the edge of Black Lake. The golden sunlight was blocked by thin clouds, shadows were cast on the lawn, and the emerald green grass was slowly blown by the breeze. Today is a good day. Luen, I can't control it. It's going to fly away. Why did you catch it? Luen looked at Hermione, who was holding the broomstick tightly, and quickly picked up the wand and cast a spell to stop. Just about to move, the broom that yearned for the sky was quiet. And the little witch, who had been holding the broom, gasped for breath. It's so hard, I can't control it at all, Hermione said in frustration, looking at the broom in her hand. After entering Hogwarts, it was the first time she met something she couldn't. That is the use of the flying spell. Your talent is really good, no matter what. Hermione looked at Luen and said enviously. Harry also learned to fly in his first lesson, but not his potions class. Hermione, on the other hand, was on par with Luen in other classes, but fell short in flying class. With that in mind, Luen seems to be the most gifted in every way. Maybe? Luen touched his nose. Talent. Maybe he has some talent, but only he knows it. The huge dragon-killing magic power in his body is the foundation that allows him to learn everything quickly. For the mastery of magic, it can be said that no one can surpass him. Okay, let's learn slowly. Luen held Hermione's broom, ready to give her a demonstration. For Hermione, who can't grasp the flying broom, I have been learning with Luen here this afternoon. Luen is in charge of coaching, while Hermione is the actual combat. Okay, read the spell of the flying spell, feel the flow of your own magic, and let it fly slowly. Luen was demonstrating, and soon the broom was off the ground. But he didn't like the feeling of flying on the broom because it made him uncomfortable. Occasionally Fei is okay, but if it takes a long time, it is estimated that it will be broken. So he decided to retire on the spot after playing Quidditch this year. After flying around the sky, Luen landed in front of Hermione. Simple to say, but what does the flow of magic feel like? Miss Hermione could not feel any movement in her body. Luen slapped his forehead. It may be that his magic is a little different from others, so he can feel it. Find out for yourself first. Looking at Miss Hermione practicing alone again, Luen frowned. When he was flying in the sky just now, he felt a little dizzy. Although it was very slight, he still felt it. Is it a side effect of Dragon Slayer crystal? The seasickness last time and the sudden appearance of the broom caused him to have guesses. After just fusing the Dragon Slayer crystal, He took a taxi and then a train, and he didn't feel anything at all at that time. But when he got to the boat in the water, it was the most dizzy time for him. Until now, the broom, which I didn't feel before, also felt it. Is it because the Dragon Slayer magic within me is starting to grow? In the past few days, he could feel that his magic power was constantly skyrocketing, and his golden hair stood up when he woke up the next day. As for the seasickness at the beginning, he could only guess that the boat in the water swayed violently, causing the side effect of the Dragon Slayer crystal to erupt once. After all, a boat in the water is not as smooth as a moving train. According to this, am I unable to touch the broom? Lu-En muttered to himself. It seems that Dragon Slayer is not invincible. Just dizzy, he can't snap out the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal in his body. As his strength grows, I am afraid that any means of transportation will not be able to sit. It's necessary to learn about transfiguration. Otherwise, it will be difficult to go out in the future. Hey, Lu-En, you're here too. Two identical figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu-En. Both George and Fred were looking at him with a smile. Long time no see, you two. Lu-En greeted with a smile. What are you doing here? Aren't you with your little girlfriend? George asked curiously. You must know that every time the two of them see Lu-En, except for the night tour, they're always with their little witch of Gryffindor. Inseparable, just like the two of them. Get out of the way. A loud shout made George and Fred avoid their bodies subconsciously, revealing Lu-En. I saw Hermione riding a broom flying straight towards him. If Lu-En also dodged, Hermione would probably be on the ground. Looking at Hermione getting closer, Lu-En hurried forward. Boom! Just as the broom was about to dig into the ground, Lu-En hugged Hermione and rolled onto the grass. When he turned around, the broom had been inserted into the ground, and a large area of soil had been raised. Are you okay? Looking at Hermione riding on him and not slowing the gods, Lu-En asked. No, it's fine. After Hermione came back to her senses, she realized that there was something wrong with the posture of the two of them and got up quickly. Are you all right, Lu-En? Looking at Lu-En with his robe covered in dirt, Hermione asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu-En got up and patted the dirt. This impact was nothing to his body at all. Man, you were so handsome in that scene just now. Fred and George hurried over. The two of them saw what happened just now. By the way, Lu-En, do you want to join our prank shop? George, who suddenly remembered at this time, said excitedly to Lu-En. As long as you join us now, the shareholders will count on you. In the past few days, the two of them have been trying to find a way to get sponsorship, and even their own younger brother has not let go. Unfortunately, not many people are willing to join. Prank shop. Lu-En remembers that by the end of the day, they did open a shop, and it looked pretty good. That's right, you see, this is our quick-acting escaping candy. Fred's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a packet of candy from his pocket. What's the use of this? After listening to the effect of this candy, Hermione, who never skipped class, was speechless. But Lu-En is quite interested. I joined you. First invest 100 gold galleons. After hearing about Lu-En's investment, Fred and George instantly widened their eyes, unable to utter a complete sentence. Isn't it enough? But I have about as much money as I have left. Because after the holiday, he had to go to Diagon Alley to buy some potion materials. After all, he couldn't always take Professor Snape's. Enough, enough. Fred and George nodded quickly, knowing that the two of them had only saved 20 or 30 gold galleons in the past few years. 100 gold galleons is simply a huge sum of money for them. By the way, I wonder if you guys play Hearthstone? Looking at the elated twins, a smile appeared on the corner of Lu-En's mouth. He has a steady and unworthy business here. Asterisk. Hearthstone. What is that? Not only Fred and George, but also Hermione next to him was also curious. Since she came to Hogwarts, she has known more or less about it. But she had never heard of Lu-En talking about Hearthstone. Looking at the three pairs of puzzled eyes, Lu-En gently leaned against a stone and began to explain to the three of them. The rules of Hearthstone are simple. At least none of the three people present was a fool. After the rules were finished, Fred said excitedly, If we really make these cards, I bet it will be famous in the wizarding world. Even George nodded in agreement. Hermione's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Luann to be so good at this aspect of the game. Maybe this game can be like Quidditch. Luann smiled slightly. Hold a contest. The clever Miss Granger guessed it instantly. Yes, there will be a bonus at the end of the competition. Looking at Hermione, who just got it right, Luann nodded in satisfaction. Talking to smart people is not tiring. Fred and George both looked excited after listening to it and could not wait to make a set immediately. Those wizards will absolutely love it. But we still have to figure out a way to design those cards? George said something, half of Fred's enthusiasm. Yes, it took them half a school year just to design those cards. If Mrs. Weasley knew about this, they would have been killed. Why don't you ask me? Luann is most interested in making money. Card? When my frog cub traveled, I brought back all kinds of cards. Gwent, Hearthstone. I happen to have a set in my hand, but it's in my home now. I'll get it after Christmas is over. The words fell, the twins looked at each other, and Fred immediately took Luann's hand. You are the biggest boss of our prank shop. There is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, Luann is currently the one who pays the most money, and he came up with such a great idea. Luann is simply unreasonable not to be the boss. Boss? Luann was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it. I'm only interested in receiving money. You should be the boss. Fred and George didn't expect Luann to say that. Okay, if you have time to talk about this, you two might as well study it carefully, how to materialize the characters of the card. They have all come to the magical world, and the cards are still ordinary paintings, which is simply too mediocre. Since it is to be done, it is to be the most luxurious. This technology is handed over to the two of us. Hearing the need for technical support, the twins immediately volunteered. In this area of technology, no one is better than the two of them. After explaining the store and the specific gameplay in the back, Luann was going to practice the flying spell with Hermione for a while. Don't worry, we'll handle everything. Fred made sure of the ticket. You're a genius, Luann. George also said sincerely. Thanks for the compliment. Luann shrugged. He was just standing on the memory of his previous life. George, let's go to the library to find the spell book in this area. Fred couldn't hold his temper and directly greeted George to the library. Christmas is less than a week away, and the two of them are trying to figure it out during this time. The talents of these two people are not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the distant figure, Luann couldn't help thinking. Okay, let's continue practicing. Turning his head, Luann said to Hermione, who was staring at him. What's the matter? Is there something dirty on my face? Seeing Hermione's gaze, he touched his face suspiciously. No. Hermione's mouth twitched slightly, and a sweet voice sounded. I just think you know a lot. Either way. Hermione's brown curls swayed in the breeze. Those eyes are still so bright. Okay, let's start training. Luann laughed. The two practiced until dinner time. When Luann and the two came to Gryffindor's table, Harry was still the same and didn't change back. Because the time has not yet reached 12 hours. Good evening, Harry. Luann offered to say hello. Good evening. Harry smiled reluctantly. Ronald sat aside, his eyes looking at Harry from time to time, as if he was looking at something. What's wrong with you? Luann saw that there was something wrong with Harry's state and asked curiously. Hermione, who was sitting on the side, rested her chin in one hand and yawned in boredom. She had already thought about what was going on. Who told you to go back to the dormitory to sleep after eating? Harry was stopped when she went back to the dormitory today. Seeing that Harry didn't speak, Ronald answered for her. Question mark. Looking at Harry's melancholy look, Luann understood. And she was sent a love letter by our roommate Dean, but Harry didn't take it. Ronald whispered and glanced at Harry. Seeing that the other party didn't act aggressively, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's really a sad thing. Looking at Harry, who didn't want to talk, Luann shook his head and ordered a glass of honey milk. Sad things go well with desserts. Hermione half squinted, clearly seeing the corners of Luann's mouth that kept rising. Gloat. Hermione shook her head. But this thing is really funny. No one knows what Dean will look like when he finds out that the object of his confession is his roommate. Thinking of this, Hermione also ordered a glass of honey milk. Used the action of drinking to cover up the corners of his mouth that are gradually turning up. Malfoy and Dean today don't know how many shadows they will bring to Harley. But looking at Harry's current appearance, at least it's not a small blow. Why should I drink the potion? Noticing Ronald's veiled gaze, Harry collapsed on the table as if he had no strength. Even Ronald is. Change it back now, Harry thought feebly. Asterisk. Winters in England are not that cold. But in Hogwarts, there are already many little wizards wearing warm scarves. After a night of time, Harry finally changed back. As for how he got back to the dormitory last night, it is unknown. Inside the Slytherin's lounge, Luan also wore the striped scarf that Hermione gave him at the beginning of school today, which was thick enough to shield him from the cold wind. After getting dressed up in front of the mirror, he set off to the restaurant to prepare breakfast. It may be due to the fact that winter is about to enter. The restaurant with a large number of people has been reduced by at least half this morning. After arriving at Slytherin's table, he hadn't waited for Luan to walk beside Hermione. Suddenly blocked by the Weasley twins who appeared out of nowhere. Fred handed a piece of paper to him. This is the research result of the two of us in one night. A childish-looking broom was sketched with a quill pen on this piece of paper, and Luan hadn't even asked. The screen is presented. The spell was chanted as George tapped the paper lightly with a wand. Soon, the painting broom flew away from the paper as if it came alive and appeared right above the paper. And it vibrates every now and then. How is it not bad? Fred said proudly. No one is more expert in this invention than the two of them. And Luan's eyes lit up when he saw the scene. Isn't this equivalent to a virtual projection? Thinking so, he curiously reached out and touched the broom. But what he didn't expect was that his hand actually directly touched the entity of the broom. And the broom was still struggling in his hands, as if it were an object with its own consciousness. How did you two do it? Luan asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen this kind of magic. Even Ronald, Harry, and Hermione were attracted. Hermione looked at the broom that was struggling in Luan's hand, and it was incredible in her eyes. Apparently, the knowledgeable Miss Hermione had never seen such interesting magic. You know those talking portraits in the headmaster's room? George didn't say it directly, but asked back with a smile. A portrait of the principal's office? Although Luan has never seen it, he also knows that the portraits of the principals of the past generations exist. So he nodded. The two of us went to Headmaster Dumbledore last night, and he gave us some advice. Fred said it directly. The two of them were the executors of the spell, and Dumbledore was only making insignificant comments in it. The two brothers explained it like this, and it doesn't matter if they believe it or not. And Headmaster Dumbledore is also very interested in the Hearthstone we make. Speaking of this, Fred couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Headmaster Dumbledore also said he'd buy our first set if it was done. The words of Fred and George instantly ignited the emotions of several people around. Even Luan was a little surprised. Dumbledore likes this stuff? Maybe it can be used as a propaganda, knowing that the name of Headmaster Dumbledore is very famous in the wizarding world all over the world. You two are making some mischief again. When Ronald heard that Dumbledore was interested, he immediately asked with wide eyes. Even Harry was attracted. It's just that the dark circles at the corners of his eyes make him look tired. Business secrets, outsiders can't tell. Fred gave Ronald a sidelong glance and refused mercilessly. Outsider. I'm your brother, you call me an outsider. This sentence made Ronald flush with anger and pointed at the Fred brothers and threatened, You too, I'm going to tell Mom. Damn it, George muttered. Every time this happened, Ronald threatened them. Usually, they compromise. But this time is different. The three of us, and Miss Hermione. Fred pointed to Luan, and after a while, he brought his little girlfriend with him. The four of us formed a team. If you want to know, what are you making? First hand in 10 gold galleons. 10. Why don't you go grab it? Ronald Airway. Luan gave out 100 gold galleons. George said. The words fell, and Harry and Ronald immediately looked at Luan. I did pay. Luan nodded. It's just 100 gold galleons. After the operation later, Jean Jialong wants to have it. What's more, there are many interesting games recorded in his mind. Werewolf Kill, Run Group, Dungeons and Dragons. If these are combined with magic, there will definitely be an uproar. Thinking about it, Lewin was looking forward to the future progress. Isn't this more fun than a game console? Well, can I join in? Harry, who was a little tired at this time, asked in a low voice. It must be a good thing to get Headmaster Dumbledore's affirmation. But it is 10 gold galleons, and his parents have left him a lot of inheritance. The twins hesitated and looked at Lewin. After all, Lewin, which appears the most at present, naturally has the right to speak. Don't look at me, you two are bosses. Lewin didn't want to worry about this kind of thing, so he quickly shied away. How tiring to be a boss, having to manage all kinds of things every day. Why do you want to be a boss when you can lie down at home and collect money? You're welcome to join, Harry. Fred and George shook hands with Harry kindly, and Harry handed the twins 20 gold galleons. Fred and George both scratched their heads in confusion, not understanding what this was for. And Ronald's, I also paid for him, Harry said quickly. As a good friend, he couldn't bear to see Ronald isolated. Harry. Ronald looked at his good brother moved. When I get rich in the future, I will definitely give it back to you, he swore. The Gemini who took the money, although they didn't want Ronald to get involved, they took the money. You are welcome too, Ronald. The two greeted each other casually. Now tell us, what the hell are you doing? In the business group, Ronald also has the confidence to speak. Fred also kept his word and told Harry and Ronald what was going to be made. The eyes of the two became brighter. It's a game of genius, Ronald exclaimed. Shoo, keep your voice down. Fred gave Ronald a deterrent look and told him to shut up. I always feel like it was a mistake to let this kid in, asterisk. Okay, little wizards, cast the floating spell. The short half-blood elf Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the little wizards who were all holding their wands at the feathers. Slytherin's position, Lewin held his wand and yawned a little bored. He had already learned these practical little magic spells in the library. And the little wizards around are eager to try. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy, who was beside him, waved his wand, but the feather on the table moved only a little. It's hard, Malfoy said. Is it hard? Lewin glanced at the pure white feather lying on the table and tapped his wand in his hand. Not even the mantra was uttered. The feathers began to twist, and soon they flew higher and higher. It slowly floated down until it reached the ceiling. Wow, wonderful use of spells. Professor Flitwick sighed, his bright eyes full of surprises. The application of the silent spell works well with the floating spell. 10 points for Slytherin. Unsurprisingly, Lewin's class was given 10 points by Professor Flitwick every day. Because as long as it is Flitwick's spell class, Lewin is always the first to cast it, and it is used very well. After so many classes, none of the little wizards in Ravenclaw did not know Lewin Geralt, who has always been in the limelight. As long as they are in class with Slytherin, most of the points will not be added to their group of eagles. You should probably come to Ravenclaw. For the first time in years, Professor Flitwick questioned the Sorting Hat's choice. Why would such a wise little wizard be assigned to Slytherin? Flitwick can't see the ambition and obsession with power of the little snakes in Lewin. What a shame to go to Slytherin. Lewin didn't know what Professor Flitwick was thinking. After getting the grades for this class, he was ready to practice his other spells. After Charms Get Out of Class ended, Lewin walked out of the classroom wrapped in a scarf. At this time, there was still light snow floating in the sky, and the water of the Black Lake had been frozen in a thick layer. When he came to the edge of the Black Lake, the Weasley brothers were waiting for him early. The two brothers were skating on the lake at this time, and there were many wizards around. It could be seen that many people liked it when it was snowing. Good noon, Lewin. Fred and the two slid all the way to Lewin, smiling. Good afternoon, you two. Lewin responded politely. Hey, didn't your little girlfriend come with you? George looked left and right and found that he didn't see the inseparable figure and asked in surprise. The two were not together. This is an uncommon thing. Not a little girlfriend. Lewin retorted and then said, She has classes all day today, and I only have classes in the morning. That's a shame, Fred quipped. Lu En nodded in agreement. By the way, what's the matter with you two calling me over today? While eating at Gryffindor's table this morning, he saw the letter the twins had left him. Let him come to Black Lake when there is no class in the afternoon. There are important things to discuss. These two guys actually figured out his timetable. However, he was also very curious about the major events of these two people. After all, these two people had a lot of crazy ideas. Wait a minute, George brings the paper. Fred touched his pocket, but he didn't feel it, and turned to George. How did you put this in my clothes? George took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said to Fred with some doubts. You got the wrong clothes when you went out. Fred was a little helpless. Most of their clothes are exactly the same, so they get confused when they go out. Come on, look at this piece of paper. With that said, Fred handed the paper to Lu En. It wasn't yesterday. After waiting for the result paper, Lu En discovered that the original broom had become a lady with a wand. Gorgeous costumes and a broad mage's pointed hat, it can be seen that the person who painted this picture must be very careful. You two drew it? Lu En glanced at the two of them. Of course. No, we asked Ravenclaw's little wizard to draw it. Brother George said. The two of them don't have this kind of painting skills. Yesterday's vivid broom still took 7 or 8 pictures to draw a satisfactory one. Simply ask someone to do the painting. After all, they have a lot of startup capital now. And it just so happens that Ravenclaw has a little witch from a painting family. Okay, don't care who drew it. Fred took out his wand and pointed at the piece of paper. What you want to see is what this piece of paper looks like after casting the spell. The screen is presented, with the incantation blurted out. Soon, the gorgeous witch in the picture opened her eyes in midair. I will assist you to victory. Lu En was stunned. The witch in front of him actually spoke. And it was a very cold voice. Is this a voice system made directly? He turned his head to look at the smiling twins, not knowing what to say for a while. You two are really talents. He didn't say the setting that each card has its own voice. In other words, these two people figured it out by themselves. Just spent the night adding some recording spells. Fred smiled and shrugged. This thing is not difficult for the two of them at all. Now everything is ready. Even the dubbing actors and the two of them have been found in advance. Everything is ready, just need Lu En's card set. Lu En looked at the noble witch who had been staring at him. This gorgeous and beautiful witch even tilted her head to look at him, as if asking why the battle had not started. Have all the standby actions been made? Miss Witch, attack. George gave orders to the witch on paper. The noble witch immediately picked up her wand and aimed it at the air in front of her, and a beam of light shot out from the wand. Hey, we should give our prank shop a name. At this moment, Fred suddenly remembered something. As the 3 major investors of the prank shop, it was just enough to negotiate. Store name. As a store that is going to grow, a memorable name is absolutely necessary. At first, the twins wanted to be named after Weasley, but considering Lu En and Harry, they decided to come up with one together. How about a fairy tale? At this time, Lu En's eyes suddenly lit up. It just so happened that he also knew the badge of that guild. It is better to copy the guild from another world directly. And the meaning of the name is also very interesting. Fairy tale. Fred and George were a little confused. Do fairies have tails or not? In fact, no one can be sure whether fairies exist or not. That's why this is forever unknown. With the help of his impression, Lu En roughly said the meaning of the name. No, goblins don't have tails, and Professor Flitwick is a goblin. Fred thought of Professor Flitwick, the goblin half-blood. That's right. George nodded. The fairies I'm talking about are not that kind of fairies. Lu En forgot that fairies exist in this world. But he still managed to explain it. Have you two seen Thestrals? As a creature representing death, all wizards who grew up in the magic world have heard of it. No, the two of us haven't died once. Fred and George both shook their heads. Do you think the Thestrals exist? Lu En asked. Of course, the school's carriage is pulled by Thestrals. But you haven't seen them, how do you know they exist? Lu En half squinted. That's common sense, my good friend. Fred responded. Then have you seen it? No. That's okay. Since I haven't seen it, it means unknown, so I choose fairy tale. Looking at the two dumb people, Lu En smiled. Why isn't it called Thestral's Tail? George and Fred were speechless. Have you ever seen a pureblood goblin? Llewyn asked back. Finally, the name was finalized. Fairy Tale is officially established. Asterisk. Finally, under the proposal of Llewyn, the three people officially founded Fairy Tale on the edge of the Black Lake. No one knows how much this store will make waves in the wizarding world in the future. Even the three of them didn't think that far. I still think Yestrel's Tale sounds nice. George muttered. By the way, I draw the badge and treat it as a trademark. Llewyn completely filtered out George's nonsense, laughing and using his wand to draw a leprechaun logo on a clean patch of snow. Fred and George's eyes lit up when they saw the exquisite logo. This beautiful badge alone convinced the two of them. Fantastic! We were going to use the big dung egg as a trademark at the beginning, George said happily. This logo looks much better than Big Dung. Llewyn was obviously stunned when he heard George's words. It's too brave to use a big dung egg as a trademark. The matter of the trademark is left to the two of you. Finish drawing the badge, Llewyn said. Okay, don't worry. The twins agreed with confidence. Then the three chatted about the general development of the store next to the Black Lake. Everything in Llewyn's mind needs to be coordinated with magic, so the Gemini decided to go to the library in the afternoon and stay in the evening. The grades of the two were not bad, but their minds were not focused on learning. After researching the product, the twins were instantly energized. Watching the two figures leave in high spirits, Llewyn nodded in satisfaction. The two of them worked hard, and he was only responsible for some ideas. In contrast, Llewyn is much more relaxed. After returning to Slytherin's lounge, Llewyn patted her snow-covered blonde hair before blow-drying it with a wand. There are quite a few little wizards who have caught a cold in the school recently, and there are a lot of people seeing a doctor at the school doctor every day. Although he didn't think his physique would catch a cold, it was better to be careful. After drying his hair, Llewyn suddenly froze. It seems that I haven't seen a frog cub for many days. Since the last time the frog cub brought back to Niandequin, he subconsciously forgot to go to the den to see the frog cub. After he returned to his dormitory, he came to his bedside position. In the soft nest, there are no frog cubs, and there are only a few photos that appear at an unknown time. The content of the photo is a short-haired little girl in a sweater and a young man with a big nose and a blue shirt. Another photo shows a huge turtle with a hexagonal stone carved into the center of the turtle's shell. There are also patterns of this animal on the stone. A little familiar? Llewyn muttered to himself. But this trip, he knew it was the world he had seen in his previous life. It's just that the vague memory gave him a general impression, but it wasn't very impressive. In the lower left corner of the photo, as always, the time to return is written. This time I came back late, probably after the Christmas break. Store the photo in the alien space, and Llewyn turned on the bedside lamp to write a note for the spell class. When the frog cubs come back, they will know what to bring. Guessing or not is completely irrelevant now. The little wizards also have homework every day, but usually Llewyn and Hermione finish their work in the library ahead of time. And today Hermione is still in class, so he can only write it himself. The homework assigned by Professor Flitwick is very simple for him. It is to record the concept and application experience of the floating spell. At noon, even if the sun is shining outside, the underwater dormitory of Slytherin is still green. Fortunately, he prepared the lights. Night. Gryffindor's table. Llewyn, a Slytherin, is surrounded by twins, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione. If you don't know, you might think that a group of little lions are bullying a little snake. Christmas will be in a few days. Do you have gifts ready? Fred and George both smiled and looked at Llewyn as they talked. Don't worry, there are both of you, Llewyn said helplessly. It's time for a Quidditch match after Halloween. And Christmas comes right after a Quidditch match. Although Llewyn said yes, but he hadn't thought about what to give. He has a lot of strange things, just take out one or two. I'm all ready for you. Ronald, who was holding Scabbers, also said. You send some useless things every year. The two brothers who knew Ronald said helplessly. Every Christmas, Ronald always brings back what they have left. There is no novelty or value. Several people were sitting around, and Fred had told everyone the name of the store and what was going to be done. Hermione was interested in the magic of the twins, while Ronald and Harry just thought the cards were interesting. Irregular. It hurts. Harry folded his fingers and stared dully at the angry witch waving his wand. Just now, he touched the witch in midair with his fingers out of curiosity, only to be pricked by a wand. Miss Witch has her own consciousness, Fred explained with a smile. Lewin looked at Miss Witch, who folded her hands in anger and had a bold idea in her heart. Forget it. It's not a punishment. With the end of night, bright stars appeared in the sky. In the school medical room, Quirrell, who had almost recovered, held his head in fear. Definitely, must find Peter Pettigrew. Now you quickly find the magic stone for me. The awakened Voldemort shouted unwillingly. Yes, Lord, Master, I have already found out about the Philosopher's Stone. I'll figure it out by Halloween. Quirrell, who was hunched over on the bed, replied in a panic. Action as soon as possible. After Voldemort said something weakly, he fell into a deep sleep again. The last time he wrapped the turban with magic, he had used up the magic power of recovery. He had been hibernating on the back of Professor Quirrell's head for the last few days, recovering cautiously. Under the moonlight, Quirrell undid the bandage on his arm, looked at the almost recovered arm, and shook it gently. The pain made him frown, and Quirrell looked up at the forbidden forest in the distance. I have an idea in my mind. Now it's time for Halloween. Asterisk. After Lewin finished dinner, he returned to Slytherin's lounge. In the lounge, groups of very tightly wrapped little wizards were chatting. As Quidditch captain, Flint doesn't have much prejudice, as Lewin is their best Quidditch player so far. Not even senior wizards can beat it. A good candidate to be the next Quidditch Slytherin captain. Flint beckoned to Lewin and motioned for him to come over and chat. Lewin, however, shook his head and declined the invitation. He knew that with his current strength growth, sooner or later, he would not be able to ride a broom. According to the current thinking, after participating in this Quidditch match, he retired on the spot. At the end of November, the weather is getting colder. What was originally a tiny snowflake has long since turned into a goose feather snow. By the time Lewin got up, it was completely covered in snow. Even the lake above the Slytherin lounge was blocked, making it impossible to separate day and night. Lewin yawned and turned on the bedside lamp. The white light was very dazzling in the dim dormitory. After he glanced at his watch, he realized that it was already around 9 in the morning. Thankfully, he didn't have class today, otherwise he would be late. Turning to look at the other two people in the dormitory, Malfoy and Crabbe were still sound asleep. When he came to Slytherin's lounge, Lewin found that quite a few snakes had already woken up. Put on the scarf and add a layer of not-too-thick sweater to the wide wizard robe. 1 hot chocolate milk, 1 bread, thank you. When I came to the table, there weren't too many wizards around, and Lewin asked for some casually. Today is Halloween. The snakes have a herbal class in the afternoon, and the lions have classes all day. Thinking of this, Lewin suddenly felt that there were indeed many lessons for the little lion. After a simple breakfast, Lewin went to the library with the book. There are many people in the library today, and most of them are rushing to do their homework. Because there will be a vacation soon, and no one likes to do homework during the vacation. Immersed in learning, time always flies. After taking Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class, Lewin, unsurprisingly, got another 10. Inside the restaurant at Hogwarts. When he pushed the door and entered, Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with noon, the restaurant at this time has become a different look. High-hanging jack-o'-lanterns, rich delicacies, and every little wizard's face is full of smiles. And Dumbledore and others were already sitting in the front row. Happy Halloween! At this time, after the twins saw Lewin, they immediately pulled him to Gryffindor's restaurant. And the corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth, who noticed the scene, showed a smile. Happy Halloween! After Lewin came to Gryffindor's restaurant, he looked around and asked with some doubts. Where did Hermione go? Do not know. Harry shook his head, saying he didn't know either. After hearing Lewin's question, Ronald's body froze. Although the movement was small, Lewin still noticed. "Are you looking for Hermione?" said the little girl in Gryffindor, who was sitting next to her. "I just saw her go to the bathroom and she seems to be crying." "Didn't expect this to happen." Luen frowned and glanced at Ronald, who lowered his head and said nothing and probably guessed what happened. But fortunately, Quirrell was rushed into the school doctor's room by him ahead of time, and he is still lying on the bed now. The monster shouldn't even appear. Thinking of this, Luen turned his head and said to several people, "I'll go find Hermione, you eat first. Do you want to help? We can go together." As soon as George finished speaking, he was slapped by Fred. "What are you doing, causing trouble?" "No need, I'll go by myself." After speaking, Luen walked towards the door. However, just as he was about to open the door was pushed open from the outside. "No, no, no." Seeing the person pushing the door open, Luen's eyes widened for a while. "Quirrell is here. Doesn't that mean?" "Miscalculated." Luen kicked Quirrell aside, who was in the way, and hurried to the bathroom. "Hey, that kid." Quirrell, who was kicked, couldn't care about who kicked him, and he shouted anxiously to the doubtful Dumbledore and others. "Trolls, there are trolls in the stairs of Hogwarts, I think you should know." As soon as the voice fell, the originally lively restaurant became a mess in an instant. Luen he just ran out. Harry worried. The bathroom on the second floor. Hermione was rubbing her red eyes as she came out. Because of his excellent performance in the spell class today, Ronald's daily yin and yang weirdness caused him to directly say that no one wants to be friends with her except Luen. The clever Miss Hermione was still a child after all, so she was very aggrieved to hear this. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, as if something had fallen. Hermione was taken aback by the sound, but she didn't have time to react. A thick stick emerged from the corner of the corridor. "What is that?" Roar! Before Miss Hermione could see clearly, a growl was heard. "This is the voice of the troll." The girl immediately opened her brown eyes, her face full of disbelief. "Why are trolls in this Hogwarts?" But Hermione didn't have the habit of waiting to die, and she hurried back to the bathroom. In the stairs outside, a rough-skinned giant about 12 inches tall was walking down the corridor with a wooden stick in his hand. The huge soles of the feet hit the ground, making a loud noise with every step. This is the troll that Quirrell brought from the Forbidden Forest. Asterisk. When Luen ran to the corridor on the second floor, an unpleasant smell came. It made him pinch his nose. "It smells so bad, it's like a big dung egg." Luen squinted his eyes and ran quickly towards the bathroom. According to the strong smell in the air, his enhanced sense of smell can easily determine the direction of the troll. That direction is where the girls' bathroom is located. Don't make an accident. Luen thought anxiously in his heart. The location of the bathroom is not too far, plus running with all your strength. Soon he reached the door of the bathroom. Catch up. Luen was slightly relieved to see the ugly troll with a giant wooden stick turning around at the door of the bathroom. As long as Hermione is not in danger of 063. Just as the troll entered the bathroom, a familiar scream sounded. It was from Hermione. Luen quickly followed and ran in. The wand in his hand was also held in his hand at the moment. After he also entered the girls' bathroom, he saw the scared girl standing in front of the troll. "Pass out." Luen chanted the spell and aimed his wand at the back of the troll's head. According to the book, the troll's only weakness is in the back of the head. But at this moment, the troll was attracted by Luen's voice, and as he turned around, the magic spell that was supposed to hit the back of the head hit the troll's eyes. Roar. 39. The pain-eating troll let out a painful roar, and the huge wooden stick in his hand began to wave frantically. The decks and pools of the compartments simply couldn't stand such a powerful force and shattered one after another. Luen. At this time, Hermione, who was hiding in the corner, saw Luen's figure and shouted worriedly. However, it was this sound that directly attracted the attention of the troll, and its thick wooden stick was raised high. And the direction of the hit is exactly the corner where Hermione is. Be careful. Luen looked at the troll, who turned his head to attack Hermione and quickly ran over. Hang the golden hook upside down. A spell successfully set the stick in the air. At this time, Luwen also came to Hermione's side, grabbed her little hand, and ran out with her. After the troll found that his weapon was hanging high in the air and couldn't handle it, he gave up directly and smashed his raised hands directly at the two hating wizards. Trolls have small brains, which means they're not too smart. However, their strength is very large, and it is not a problem to beat a wizard to death with one punch. Looking at the punch that came down with the sound of the wind, Luwen turned to pick up Hermione and threw him to the side. Boom! A big pit was knocked out directly from the stone floor, showing the strength of the giant monster. Dizzy. Luwen waved his wand, this time directly hitting the troll's body, but it didn't cause any impact. The troll's skin is resistant to magic, you can only attack. Attack on the back of its head. Before Hermione finished reminding, Luwen said it first. I know, don't worry. Luwen comforted. This magical creature is not worth his power and dragon slayer magic. After observing the terrain, Luwen had an idea in his mind. Transfiguration spell. Luwen turned a rubble under the troll's feet into a large wooden stake, and then aimed his wand at the spouting water hose behind him. Wand waving. The water pipe became a sharp blade. The trolls now have the stick in their hands, and they don't have fully developed brains, so they can't think. The huge body charged straight towards Luwen, but the huge soles of his feet tripped over the stake. Walk. Luwen looked at the huge figure upside down and hurriedly hugged Hermione to the side. The moment the troll's head touched the sharp blade, Luwen quickly covered the girl's eyes. Puff. Bright red blood spurted out, and the small head had been cut in half by a sharp blade. The stench is also instantly permeated. Never mind. Luwen's voice rang in Miss Hermione's ear. When she opened her eyes again, what she saw was Luwen's handsome face. Asterisk. Tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong? Luwen looked at her with pale blue eyes, somewhat incomprehensible. I was really scared just now. 33. Hermione whispered. The feeling of powerlessness to face a troll alone is truly frightening. Then the only light to bring this fear is Luwen, who came to save her. Okay, isn't it all right? Looking at Hermione with red eyes, Luwen comforted. For that troll, he had 7 or 8 ways to kill it. Unforgivable curse, dragon slayer magic, divine power. But considering that Dumbledore and a group of professors would be coming, he dropped those ideas. He didn't want to expose himself too soon. However, at this moment, Hermione's hands around Luwen's neck tightened slightly. Luwen glanced down at her. There were 2 blushing spots on the white cheeks, and there were still unwiped tears at the corners of the eyes. You close your eyes. The girl said so. Looking at the pair of brown eyes with 3.6 eyes, Luwen didn't wait for Luwen to react to the meaning of this sentence. Miss Hermione had raised her head. The soft touch is fleeting. Luwen touched his lips with his free hand, where something touched it just now. When he was bowing his head, he found that Hermione had buried his head in his arms, afraid to look at Luwen's expression. You don't hate me, do you? Soon, a muffled voice came from Luwen's arms. It's okay. Luwen hugged Miss Granger in a princess hug and replied softly. So, can you come here? Cannot. Looking at Hermione with her head buried in her arms, Luwen hugged her and slowly leaned against the wall. That sentence just now may have exhausted all Hermione's courage, and she hasn't said a word until now. Luwen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. The two were silent in the bathroom. Have you thought of a Christmas present for me? Hermione looked up and asked. Luwen could clearly see the other party's red ears. To be honest, I haven't made up my mind yet. Luwen told the truth. He had thought about it a few days ago, but in that instant, he had not thought about it. Do you want to know about my present? 39. Hermione said softly. Your present? Luwen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course I want to know. 39. Then close your eyes. 35. Hermione's brown eyes were half squinted at Luwen's face. Row. Luwen obediently closed his eyes. He wondered what Hermione could give him. However, the familiar touch came in again, and Luwen's body froze. A brace? This time he didn't let Hermione run away deftly. 2 minutes was enough to make Miss Hermione glared at Luwen. Don't you want to do it again? This is the gift I gave you. After speaking, Hermione stood up from Luan's arms, turning her head sideways and not daring to look at him. Actually, I've also thought about what I'm going to give you, Luan said softly. But Hermione, who had already guessed what he was thinking, hurriedly shook her head. You are not allowed to give me the same gift. She won't be fooled. That's a pity. Luan shrugged helplessly. While the two were chatting, Dumbledore rushed over with the professors. Oh my God, are you two doing this? Professor McGonagall looked at the pierced troll head and covered his mouth. I remember I said that wizards are not allowed to go out. Didn't you two follow the prefect back to the lounge? The older Professor McGonagall asked angrily. No, Professor, it's… Hermione tried to explain for Luan, but the boy beside her stopped her. Professor, it's my fault. I shouldn't have dragged Hermione here on a date. Luan lowered his head appropriately, trying to make him look as if he had made a mistake. A date, a date. This is a woman. Professor McGonagall froze, but was interrupted before he could finish. Oh my God, great shapeshifting spell. Let me see, and attacking spell. Little Professor Flitwick stared at the battleground, especially the sharp blade that was still glowing with cold light and the blind eye of the giant monster. If you're coming to Ravenclaw, you're going to be a master duel, Mr. Gerald. Hearing this, Snape, who had been standing behind Dumbledore, frowned. Don't bother you, I will train him. My Merlin. Professor Quirrell, who was late, also came to the scene, but when he saw the troll whose head was cut in half, he was dizzy to the ground. Quirrell? Luan frowned and looked at the figure lying on the ground and resisted giving him Avada on the spot. Okay, be quiet. The most authoritative headmaster Dumbledore spoke. His kind eyes, full of wisdom, seemed to see through Luan. I know you're lying because I kicked Quirrell when I saw you running out. Seeing that, Luan tried to rebut, but Dumbledore told everything he had seen. Needless to say, he did kick Quirrell as he left. Luan chose silence. And at the dinner, Miss Granger wasn't at the table? 55. Dumbledore looked kindly at the girl who bowed her head to admit her mistake. Mr. Gerald, your bravery is admirable. Dumbledore gave his assessment. Do I wonder if the Sorting Hat made a mistake and put you in Slytherin? 35. Dumbledore's words caught Snape's gaze directly. Even you want to dig my corner? Headmaster, I think Gerald is a perfect fit for Slytherin, Snape said sullenly. One or two, all with bad intentions. Luan touched his nose involuntarily as he looked at several professors who were infighting for robbing him. At this time, Miss Granger, who lowered her head, also leaned into his ear. I feel like you're a good fit for Gryffindor. I didn't expect that. Even you want to dig me? Luan glanced at Hermione with wide eyes. Severus, you know I'm just joking. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who didn't look very well, and explained softly. No way, in the few days he observed Luan, it really didn't look like a Slytherin style. Went to Gryffindor's restaurant every day for dinner and was very friendly. These qualities are uncommon in Slytherins. Okay, let's talk about the punishment tonight. Dumbledore's words made Hermione look up. It's over, today it's her turn to be deducted. Luan doesn't matter, anyway. He made about 100% for Slytherin. What's the point of deduction? He didn't believe that the group of little snakes dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with him. 20 points from Slytherin and Gryffindor for the two of you going out on your own. Dumbledore said the result. Hermione's body was shaky, she couldn't hear it. But for your bravery and defeating the trolls, the two academies will each receive 50 points. Happy ending, Dumbledore smiled slightly. You have to remember my gift. His voice was in Luan's ear, but Dumbledore didn't open his mouth to speak. Luan smiled and nodded. He will not forget the wool socks representing the family sheep, are you okay? You too, I hope what happened today doesn't happen again. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall gave a stern warning. Although these two smart, studious, and gifted wizards are what she admires. But appreciation does not mean indulgence. Don't worry, there won't be another professor. Luan responded. You two are all right. At this moment, Fred and George ran towards this side with Harry Ronald. Done. Hermione looked at the uniform little lion and thought desperately. Luan was holding back the smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, When Professor McGonagall saw the four figures, he was stunned for a moment. The four of you, each of you deduct 10, 3 points. 35. After thinking about it too much, Professor McGonagall changed his words to a 3-pointer with some distress. This year's Academy Cup, Gryffindor is at the bottom again. After the thrilling scene happened last night, the relationship between Lou-Anne and Hermione is simply not hidden. When did the two of them get along so well? Fred looked at Lou-Anne and Hermione walking ahead holding hands and couldn't help asking his brother. How could I know? George rolled his eyes. Was it really okay to ask him such a question? But I know that if I were a girl blocked by trolls and a handsome wizard like Lou-Anne came forward when I was in danger, I would like him too. George shrugged and made an empathy. Although the hero saves the beauty is very old-fashioned, it is the most practical one. Nobody dislikes it. You're a pervert. 35. Fred took a few steps away from George. Every day is a Quidditch match. Today they came to the lawn by the Black Lake to practice their flying skills. As the backbone of the Gryffindor team, George and Fred will naturally meet on the field. However, this is not taboo for several people's daily practice. Nice weather today. Lewin looked at the blue sky and said happily. Hermione glanced at the sky subconsciously and nodded in agreement. It was obviously still snow-covered yesterday, but today it has become sunny 570. A Quidditch match, are you sure you can win it? Feeling the warmth of her palm, Hermione asked softly, blushing slightly. Although Slytherin is going to fight Gryffindor this time, she should support Gryffindor. But, not sure after all, the seeker this time is Malfoy. 35. Lou-Anne explained to Hermione indifferently. It's not that he has a problem with Malfoy's ability, it's mainly that Harry's strength is not weak. It is absolutely impossible to just rely on him to score goals by himself. After all, a golden snitch can end the battle in an instant, and the rules are not reasonable. The golden snitch is so unreasonable, said Miss Hermione, who knew Quidditch well. As long as the seeker gets it, it directly negates the efforts of others. It would be better for everyone to grab the golden snitch. Our main purpose today is to help you learn to ride a broom. 35. Lou-Anne clasped Hermione's fingers with a backhand and said with a smile. It doesn't matter if he wins or not because he really doesn't care if he wins or loses. Don't you have to laugh when you play games? Rather than his training, it is better to help Miss Hermione learn the flying spell. The twins were training on the other side of the lawn, with Lou-Anne and Hermione across from them. Come on, continue today. After speaking, Lou-Anne handed the broom to Hermione. Hermione put the broom on the ground and hesitantly chanted the spell. Stand up. Soon the broom flew 90 degrees and landed in her little hands. Compared with the previous few times, this time has made great progress. However, in the eyes of the smart Hermione, this level is not the effect she wants. Don't worry, leave it to me. Seeming to see what Hermione was thinking, Lou-Anne nodded at her. Take off. After getting Lou-Anne's affirmation, Hermione no longer hesitated and directly chanted the flying spell. Soon, the broom slowly flew off the ground with Hermione. It flew in one lap without incident. For example, the broom got out of control a few times before, and it didn't reappear. After a short flight, Hermione successfully landed in front of Lou-Anne. She breathed a sigh of relief, then showed a happy smile. I made it, she said excitedly. You must know that she has practiced the flying spell for at least 7 or 8 days, and it is the first time that she can successfully land. The first few times, Lou-Anne made emergency landings with a spell stop. Looking at the happy girl, Lou-Anne walked over and stroked her brown curly hair, while Hermione narrowed her brown eyes comfortably like a kitten. It smells good today too. Lou-Anne couldn't help but think. The next morning, Dad. As Quidditch's main chasers and seekers, Lou-Anne and Malfoy were up after 6. It was Lou-Anne's first time on a Quidditch field. It is still early, so there are not many people in the open Quidditch field. Lou-Anne and Malfoy followed one of Slytherin's seniors to familiarize themselves with the process of the game, and then went to the restaurant to eat. Hey Gerald, are you still going to Gryffindor's table today? On the way, Malfoy asked Lou-Anne. Why, are you coming too? Lou-Anne asked his good friend a question. Hearing this, Malfoy hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't go to the table of the rascals at Gryffindor. Can you help me date the girl who rejected me last time? Malfoy was silent for a while and said to Luen. Luen was instantly refreshed when he heard this. Why don't you ask yourself? Mainly because I only saw her once at this school. Looking at Malfoy's blushing look, it didn't seem like he was cheating. No, he remembered that Malfoy was in Snape's potions class with them. You didn't listen to your last potions class? Luen questioned. What? Although he didn't know what Luen asked about this, Malfoy answered honestly. Last night I played games until 3 o'clock in the morning, and Professor Snape couldn't help falling asleep in his class. However, it was strange that Professor Snape seemed to punish me in that class. After speaking, Malfoy was also a little strange. Yeah, it's so rare. During that class, Snape had been staring at Hallie, watching you wherever he was free. Luen thought silently. I really don't know if Malfoy will be broken when he finds out Harry's identity. I'll ask you for help. Just asking a question, Luen, who is a good friend, naturally agreed. Thank you, Gerald. Malfoy said happily. As expected of my good friend. Looking at Luen walking towards the Gryffindor table, Malfoy couldn't help thinking. Puff. After bringing Malfoy's words to Harry, he was immediately dumbfounded, and the milk in his mouth spurted out of his nose. Cough, cough, cough. You mean, Malfoy wants to meet Harry? Ronald asked in surprise. Yeah, he specifically asked me to tell me something. Luen picked up a grape and put it in Hermione's mouth, completing today's feeding. You have to give Malfoy an answer. Luen said, looking at Harry, who had no love for life. It's not good to fish people like this. 99. I'm not going. Harry wiped the milk-soaked lenses with a tissue and retorted loudly. After a few people finished breakfast, they went to the Quidditch venue together. When they got to the door, Luen and Harry parted ways. He's going to the Slytherin's rest area to change into Quidditch clothes. Slytherin's jersey is a green robe with silver accents. There are also special wrist guards on the arms to prevent being hit by the quaffle. As a seeker, Malfoy was already in a hurry. Luen sat in the chair calmly. As the captain, Flint was explaining the tactics to the other players. The most skilled, Flint and Luen were the chasers to get the roaming quaffles to shoot. The tactics are simple and rude. No matter what method you use, you have to score goals. Don't care whether the opponent will be injured or not. Luen listened and couldn't help yawning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the game finally kicked off. As the players from both sides came out of the entrance, they immediately floated into the air and formed a good formation. Luen and Flint and an unfamiliar Rawl are the vanguards, at the front of the team. And Gryffindor chaser Luen only knows one of them, that is Lee Jordan's dream lover, Angelina. While the batsmen were the familiar twins, the two of them even amicably made a defiant move towards Luen. Wood, as captain, served as Gryffindor's defender, with Harry as the last seeker. Many acquaintances. Wood, who has also been in contact, is a man who loves Quidditch very much. You see him almost every day on the training ground. Relax, take the time to score, and don't worry about anything. Flint reminded next to him. Clear. Luen nodded. Okay, the players from both sides have entered the field. Let me look at Slytherin's team. 39. As this commentary, Lee Jordan is a Gryffindor, so the introduction to Slytherin carries a lot of private goods. Slytherin is still captained by Flint as chaser, and the other chasers are Luen, Gerald, and Rawl. Looking at Gryffindor now, Wood's position is still goalkeeper. This time the seeker has been replaced by the legendary Harry Potter. Lee Jordan was on the radio introducing the two teams fighting today. Hey, I heard Luen seems to be dating Gryffindor's jack-of-all-trades, so Gryffindor has a big advantage. Here we go, the classic Lee Jordan rumor. Luen glanced at him. The content of his eyes was indifferent. And Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor auditorium, clearly felt a lot of eyes watching her. Hermione subconsciously tucked her head into the scarf to avoid the gazes. At the same time, he glared at Lee Jordan, the rumor spreader. After hearing that Luen was dating Hermione, many of the little wizards in the audience of Slytherin and Ravenclaw lost their dreams. Lu En, who is not bad in appearance, has become the first choice for many people to have a crush on. However, they were heartbroken when they heard that their crush had a date goal. With a whistle, the balls on the ground flew. The golden snitch was the fastest one and disappeared as soon as it was released. And a few quaffles are wandering in the center of the arena. Lu En, the chaser, is all about getting these wandering quaffles into the Gryffindor's basket. Flint and Lu En's brooms gradually accelerated, rushed into the center of the field and tangled with Gryffindor's chaser. With the facial features strengthened by the Dragon Slayer crystal, Lu En noticed the quaffle behind Angelina at a glance. Lu En launched a charge. No, why did you charge, Angelina? Angelina, watch out, Lu En. Watch out for the quaffle behind you. Lee Jordan shouted, directly disrupting the situation. Lee Jordan, shut up. As a Quidditch enthusiast, Professor McGonagall, an older cat girl, couldn't stand this style of commentary, and she shouted at Lee Jordan. Lu En looked at Angelina, who reacted quickly, but had no choice but to break through from another direction. Angelina here. George shouted, the bat in his hand swung, and a huge quaffle flew towards Angelina. At this time, Lu En, who had been looking for almost, lit up. Sorry, your ball is mine. 35. The broom passed over the sluggish Angelina. Lu En directly stretched out his hand to hug the fast-flying quaffle, and threw it towards Fred with his backhand. For flowers. George, how did you lose the ball? 35. Fred complained, and then watched the flying quaffle about to stop it. However, the quaffle, which originally came in a straight line, turned directly when it met Fred and flew into the basket. Fred is stupid. What a ball is this? Having scored a goal, Lu En turned to look for the other quaffles. At this moment, Lee Jordan let out an exclamation. It's the golden snitch. The golden snitch has appeared. Lu En looked up and saw that Malfoy and Harry, who had been prepared for a long time, began to fight. Malfoy, it's your responsibility to hold Harry. The snitch doesn't need him. 99-0-0. Lu En shouted at Malfoy, and whether he heard it or not, he turned and went to grab the quaffle. The game became more and more intense, with Lu En and Flint joining forces. Slytherin and Gryffindor had reached 120:0. Snape looked at Slytherin as he scored more and more, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as there is no accident, this year's game is still dominated by them. The fractured Professor Quirrell was also present, but his arm was in a cast again, and there was no disruptive behavior. And Malfoy, who had been chasing the golden snitch with Harry, had been obstructing Harry everywhere. No intention of chasing the golden snitch at all. Soon, under Lu En's attack, both Fred and George were afraid to swing their bats. Because every quaffle shot goes into Lu En's hands. It's over, you guys. Lu En smiled, and under Wood's desperate eyes, he threw the last quaffle into the basket. Since then, the current Quidditch competition has won consecutive championships with a Slytherin-crushing victory. And Harry was still glaring at Malfoy, who had been blocking him. If it weren't for Malfoy, he'd have the golden snitch long ago. Sorry, Harry, I won this time. Malfoy sneered with a smile. Looking at Malfoy's damned face, Harry suddenly had an idea. Lu En's gift to him has never been used. 1. Time the Quidditch match was still Slytherin victorious. Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor auditorium, squeezed her little hand. Lu En's performance almost attracted the audience. Even Malfoy and Harry, who were performing the chase the whole time, couldn't steal the show. No way, Slytherin's seeker was just too steady. Malfoy wouldn't let Harry find a chance to get close to the snitch at all. In the end, the match ended again under Gryffindor's unwilling gaze. Back in the Quidditch locker room, all the players were cheering. Lu En took off all the armor on his body and changed back to the wizard's robe. Lu En, there's a Gryffindor girl looking for you outside. Rawl, who was also a chaser, suddenly shouted. This sound almost attracted everyone's attention to the past 600. It turns out that Lee Jordan didn't tell a lie. I see. After Lu En replied nonchalantly, he took his wand and walked out. When they came to the outside of the dressing room, standing in the wind was waiting for a little girl with brown curly hair wearing a scarf. Congratulations on your victory, she said happily. Shouldn't you be sorry for Gryffindor's failure? Lou-Anne walked slowly, consciously clasping Hermione's little hand together. But I still think you're going to win. Hermione didn't fight back, only her cheeks were a little red. It turns out I was right. If Harry and the others knew what you said, it would probably be very uncomfortable. Lou-Anne glanced at the depressed Harry in the distance and chuckled. Harry? I don't know him well. 35. Hermione shook her head, correcting Lou-Anne's mistake. Compared to Harry and Gryffindor, she still had a lot of hope in her heart that Lou-Anne would win. It's not about honor, it's just the heart. Looking at the girl beside him who was thinking of him wholeheartedly, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Lou-Anne slowly moved his head closer to Hermione, and under the other's dodging gaze, the two foreheads collided. It is a pleasure to meet you. Looking at the light blue eyes with a smile, Hermione was a little annoyed, reached out and pushed him, but found that it couldn't be pushed. It's full of people here, you should restrain yourself. You didn't restrain yourself last time. Lou-Anne smiled pointedly. Hermione, who instantly understood the meaning, gave him 2 punches angrily. Superficial. Originally, the Quidditch match took place all day today, but due to the overall strength of Slytherin, Gryffindor was finished in just one morning. So in the afternoon, Lou-Anne took Hermione to find the twins. They have to agree on what to use to open the store and how to market it. Hey, we were tortured a lot by you this morning. Seeing Lou-Anne, Fred, and George suddenly had a toothache. Almost every shot from their brothers was caught by Lou-Anne, who was roaming and pitched. Even Lee Jordan wondered after the game if the two of them went to each other. Due to this overwhelming failure, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, adjusted his training 3 times a week to 5 times a week. After this failure, Wood, who has never won a championship, is completely crazy. Even the twins don't dare to dangle in front of him now, for fear that they will be pulled for additional training if they are not careful. It's not that you didn't pay attention to Lou-Anne's position when you hit the ball, Hermione said, after watching the entire game. Flint and Roll have been interfering with the line of sight, and Lou-Anne can't be seen at all. Fred said with a sigh. Blame can only blame the other side's cooperation is too good. No way. Don't look at me like that. I won't be participating in Quidditch next year. Looking at the melancholy twins, Lou-Anne scratched his head and said, What? Fred and George both thought they had heard it wrong. You won't be attending next year? Hermione also asked curiously. Well, this kind of competition is not interesting. Lou-Anne nodded. During the race this morning, he felt dizzy while riding the broom. If it weren't for his endurance, he would probably end the game. However, the heavier the dizziness, which means that the Dragon Slayer magic is rapidly increasing. Anne. Lou-Anne looked at the back of his hand hidden in the robe, and some blue scales had appeared on the white skin. That is the manifestation of Dragon Slayer magic. As the second-generation Dragon Slayer magician, he has no dragon seed in his body, so it should not be transformed into a dragon. But it is not surprising that some dragon features appear on the body, just like the scale pattern on his arm. If you look closely, you can even see arcs that appear from time to time along the lines. He remembered that Laxus had the same on his arm, but only in a burst of magic. According to the records of dragon-slaying magic, this condition is called Thunder Scale, and it is caused by converting the skin into a dragon's physique. Only when he fainted as long as he stepped on the broom, it represented that he became the real Dragon Slayer magician. That's a pity. At this time, Fred said with some regret. But the corners of his mouth that kept cocking betrayed him. Lou-Anne retired this year. Doesn't that mean that Slytherin has lost an important force? Although in previous years, when there was no Lou-Anne, they couldn't win against those little snakes. But not so weak. Yeah, it's a pity. Lou-Anne glanced at Fred and nodded in agreement. Have you figured out how to run Fairy Tale? Miss He 0.1 minute, who was on the side, did not forget the matter of finding the twins this time. Don't worry, George, and I have already thought about it. 35. For Lou-Anne's little girlfriend's question, Fred immediately replied. First of all, we can only sell at Hogwarts, and the rent of the shops outside is too expensive. No way, The two brothers have studied the rent in Diagon Alley in advance, and it is simply ridiculously expensive, and the house price in Nocturne Alley is still acceptable. But it's easy to be raided by werewolves and Aurors by accident. So I can only do a simple sale in Hogwarts first. Wait until you earn enough money to rent a house in Diagon Alley. The two brothers spoke out their plans, and Luen nodded in agreement. It's up to you two. Days after a Quidditch match. Thick snow fell all around Hogwarts, and the weather was getting colder every day. Luen followed Hermione into Professor Flitwick's Charms class. He had nothing to do, so he just followed Hermione to the class. A group of little lions and a group of little badgers are mixed with a small snake, which looks very interesting. There are also many people in Hufflepuff who know Luen, mainly because Luen is too famous recently. His dazzling skills in Quidditch, his handsome facial features, and his gentle and polite character all made him famous in Hogwarts. Especially the little witch, most of them regard Luen as the object of secret love. Why are they all looking at me like that? Luen noticed those fiery gazes, lowered his head, and asked Hermione in a low voice. The eyes of those little witches made him feel that if they weren't in the classroom, they would probably jump straight at them. How could I know? Miss Hermione snorted softly, noticing some of the jealous glances. Why are you so popular with girls? Don't you know yourself? Ask knowingly. 13 looking at Miss Hermione's little head turned over because of jealousy. The corner of Luen's mouth smiled. He liked to see Hermione like that. So cute. I didn't expect you to come here to study. Harry and Ronald were sitting behind Luen. Ronald also quickly apologized to Hermione after what happened that night. Miss Hermione, who received one Luen, just happened to be in a good mood, so she accepted the apology. Luen, when will those fun cards be made? Ronald asked curiously, holding Scabbers who wanted to break free. Since the last time the twins gave Ronald and the others a science about the card game they were going to do, Harry and the two were immediately full of anticipation. Even Harry leaned over curiously. Although he lost to Slytherin in the Quidditch match, the match was just a match and did not affect Luen's relationship with them. What's more, Luen didn't break through the Gryffindor's team violently. But Wood was very hostile to him, because the quaffle almost hit him in the face several times. That card will take a long time. At least the first set should be completed by the end of this semester. 35. Luen said with some uncertainty after thinking about it. The technology on the Weasley brothers' side is ready, just a set of cards in his hand. But painting and dubbing all take time, and the Weasley brothers alone are not enough, and more people are needed. If you think about it, more than 100 gold galleons may not be enough. I heard that Professor McGonagall agreed to Fred's voiceover request. At this time, Hermione, who had the gossip, said suddenly. This news instantly attracted the attention of several people. Professor McGonagall actually joined? Harry said in disbelief. Professor McGonagall, who looks serious every day, is actually interested in these playful things? You may not know that Professor McGonagall has also won the Quidditch Medal of Honor for several years. Although Luen is a little surprised, it is not difficult to understand. Yeah, I didn't expect Professor McGonagall to say yes. Hermione shrugged. I really don't know how the twins persuaded Professor McGonagall. Really curious. Creak. While a few people were chatting, the door of the classroom was pushed open. The whistling wind and snow blew into the room from the crack of the door, and the fire was shaky. Hermione's small head shrank into the scarf, and one of her small hands was held by Luen in the large wizard's robe. Oh, sorry, I'm a little late. The little Professor Flitwick walked in with a large book and used his wand to remove the snow from his body. Gerald, didn't expect you to be here too? After taking his seat, Professor Flitwick was suddenly taken aback. He actually saw Slytherin students in Gryffindor's class. But when he saw Hermione sitting next to Luen, a flash of understanding flashed across his face. I didn't expect these two talented little wizards to come together. What a surprise. Good morning, Professor. 35. Luen said with a smile. Oh, good morning, sir. Professor Flitwick nodded. Today's spell is about an attack spell, which is also a harmless spell, the leg-locking spell. Luen and Hermione had already studied in the library, so this class was a bit boring for them both. Don't move. Hermione squeezed the hand that was about to move in the wizard's robe, her brown eyes half squinting. I just want to change the gesture, Lu-en said innocently. What can he do? After all, he looked innocuous. I do not believe. Miss Hermione wasn't fooled at all. Okay, he doesn't move. Lu-en yawned and looked at the window next to Hermione. But it was this sight that made him stunned for a moment. What did he see? The Weasley brothers were taking snowballs at Quirrell, who was running away. The white and solid snowballs slammed directly into the back of Quirrell's head. You guys, I'm going to tell your dean. Quirrell shouted 600 as he fled, his hands not tied with casts holding a purple hood to prevent it from falling. This is the only highlight moment for the two brothers, right? Knowing that Quirrell has the back of Voldemort's head, Lu-en thinks you're not hitting the back of Quirrell's head, you're hitting his master. Hermione also noticed the snowball fight outside the window at this time. Professor Quirrell is pathetic. 35. Seeing Quirrell fleeing everywhere, Miss Hermione said sympathetically. Yeah, that's pathetic. Lu-en nodded in agreement. How dare those humble mice? The dormant Voldemort was woken up by Fred's snowball. He has lived for so many years. When has he suffered this kind of grievance? Master, don't worry, Master. I already know the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell hugged the back of his head to avoid the flying snowball and whispered in fear. Hurry up, and find me the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort growled. Quirrell got beat. 99. George couldn't help laughing when he saw Quirrell running into the classroom in a hurry. Nice job. Fred squeezed another snowball on the side and threw it in George's face. Damn it. 66. 39. Wait until the spell class is over. A few people went to the restaurant to eat together. Hey Lu-en, look this way. Lu-en had just walked out of the classroom when he heard a familiar voice calling him. He pulled Hermione slightly sideways with one hand, and a snowball flew past his side face. Ronald, who was following behind, didn't have time to dodge, so he could only watch the fist-sized snowball hit his face. Boom! Ronald directly hit the ball and fell to the ground. Pity. At this time, George and Fred, who were covered in snow, came over and said to Lu-en with some regret. You too. Ronald patted the snow on his face and stood up with Harry's help. If you want to blame Lu-en, if he doesn't hide, he won't hit you. Seeing Ronald was a little angry, Fred quickly shied away from the relationship. The two of them didn't want to go back and be scolded by their mother for this trivial matter. Lu-en, who was standing on the side, was speechless when he heard this. You two just beat Professor Quirrell away? Lu-en asked, holding back a smile. He was holding Hermione's hand even tighter. The two guys in front of them didn't know what was on the back of Quirrell's head and were asking excitedly. You know the fact that Quirrell is a vampire? Vampire? Lu-en looked at Miss Master of Everything with a puzzled face, but Miss Master of Everything also shook her head blankly. Seeing the dazed expressions of the 4 elementary school younger brothers and sisters, Fred gave some popular science to them. Nothing more than that Quirrell came back a few months after leaving school like a different person and had a bad smell on him. Many people are speculating that Quirrell was assimilated by vampires. The turban on his head is proof that no one pays attention to their turban when fleeing. 35. Fred gave a direct guess. Sharp. One step closer to the truth. Lu-en silently gave Fred a thumbs up. There is no evidence of vampires under the hood, but Senior Tom, who is more terrifying than vampires. I really don't know what will happen when these two find out. Lu-en shook his head. By the way, tomorrow is Christmas. Are your gifts ready? Both George and Fred have daily hints. I'm ready, Harry and Ronald said in unison. Mine has been sent, Hermione said softly, taking Lu-en's hand. Send it out. Harry looked at Hermione suspiciously. Why didn't I get it? Did you get it? Several others shook their heads. Only Lu-en laughed. I got her gift. All right, stop talking. As soon as these words were said, the twins understood in seconds and quickly skipped this topic. The two of them came to ask for gifts, not to eat candy. Are you coming for a snowball fight? Fred picked up a ball of snowballs and spoke to Lu-en. Okay. Lu-en raised his eyebrows and chuckled. After a while. You're cheating. Who uses a wand for snowball fights? 35. Fred shouted as he hid behind the snow wall he had built with the transfiguration charm. Outside the snow wall, Lou-Anne and Hermione were in a group, and behind them snowballs floated. Just like a barrage, under the command of the magic wand, the snowballs hit the two teams of Harry and Fred one by one. Don't you use magic too? Looking at the solid snow wall, Lou-Anne shrugged. It's not fair, both of your teams use magic. 95. On the other hand, Harry and Ronald, who were not proficient in magic, could only flee in the snow and rain. Who made the two of you not listen well in class? Miss Hermione used her wand to control the snowball and threw it towards Ronald, who was protesting. This is not something a first-year wizard can learn. The snowball fight in the square quickly attracted a large crowd of wizards, and even Malfoy and Crabbe joined in. Harry Potter, watch the snowballs. 35. Malfoy arrogantly pinched a few snowballs with his wand and threw them at Harry, the enemy of his life. Damn, it's Malfoy. Harry looked angrily at Malfoy, who was only aimed at him, and took off his glasses angrily. I must make you look good. A snowball landed on his face, making Harry firmer in his determination to use Nianchuan. As more and more wizards participated, Lou-Anne also found that something was wrong and hurriedly dragged Hermione away. And the Weasley brothers are killing the quartet with their superb skills in the crowd. What they don't know is that a United States tabby cat is quietly staring at them. It's time to hunt. On the second day, Lou-Anne got news from a melancholy Malfoy as soon as he woke up. Gryffindor was deducted a full 30 points, and Slytherin was deducted 10 points for being short. And Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were also deducted more than 10 points. And everyone had to submit a Transfiguration lesson assignment to Professor McGonagall. Thanks to him running early yesterday. Looking at the frustrated Malfoy, Lou-Anne couldn't help thinking. But I didn't expect that Gryffindor would be detained so many people, which means that in yesterday's snowball fight, half of the people were Gryffindor. As expected of a brave little lion, really brave. Today is Christmas, and Lou-Anne threw a beautifully packaged gift box into a different space. The gifts from the surrounding friends are ready. When Lou-Anne walked out of the dormitory wearing a scarf, he found that Slytherin's cold lounge was already decorated with various gorgeous decorations. A small Christmas tree was in the center of the lounge, and there was a hanging Wang Dejiao on it. Several pairs of red socks. Lou-Anne wondered if he should take a pair and give it to Dumbledore. After thinking about it, forget it. After all, the little snakes are all up. I saw a bad impact. When I came to the square of Hogwarts, the huge Hagrid was pulling up a huge Christmas tree in the center. Floating charm. Lou-Anne went over and gave Hagrid a hand with his wand. Feeling the tree suddenly lighten behind him, Hagrid glanced at Lou-Anne gratefully. Thank you, kind little wizard. You're welcome, Senior Hagrid. Lou-Anne waved his hand and prepared to leave, heading to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It used to be called a restaurant, but today it is an auditorium. Senior? Hagrid grinned as he watched the handsome little wizard leave. It's the first time I've heard this name. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, Lou-Anne put away his wand and walked towards the auditorium. Along the way, there were quite a few little wizards with felt hats and scarves, and all kinds of luggage in their hands. After today's Christmas feast, the Christmas holiday is coming. Of course, you can also choose to stay in school. Pushing open the door with the bell hanging, Lou-Anne's eyes lit up when he saw the decoration inside. The stars twinkled on the ceiling, the Christmas trees were covered with bells and colored paper, and the 4 rows of long tables were full of rich food: turkey, bread, baguette, pumpkin pie. The house elves were busy flying around in midair. Lou-Anne walked over to the Gryffindor's table with a smile and grabbed the girl's little hand. In the past 2 days, Hermione would struggle symbolically at first, but now she has stopped acting. It didn't work out anyway, and it was very comfortable. Merry Christmas, everyone. Lou-Anne greeted Harry and the others in a friendly way. Hey, I just said I'm not mistaken, you see. A carefree voice came, and Lee Jordan pointed to Lou and Hermione and said, "These 2 people are dating 617. And next to Lee Jordan is Fred and George. Both of them wore a small red Christmas hat today, looking very atmosphere. Come on, some hats for you." George tapped the empty tabletop with his wand, and with a puff of smoke, a pile of Santa hats appeared out of nowhere on the tabletop. Luann and Hermione each took one and put it on their heads. Christmas is about to have a Christmas atmosphere. Those elves may be late because the weather is too cold, so our gifts may arrive late. Fred said to several people. I'm going to prepare the present a little later because I have to go to the house to get it. The same is true for Luann. At that time, Harry and Ronald prepared gifts in advance, and even Lee Jordan prepared gifts for them. Merry Christmas, two little lovers. Lee Jordan blessed. Thanks. Luann nodded with a smile. It seems that there is one more gift to be prepared. As time passed, Headmaster Dumbledore also came to the center of the auditorium. Professor McGonagall and others, Dab, have already taken their place. Okay, little witches, Merry Christmas. 35. Today's Dumbledore is dressed in purple, wears a lady's wizard's pointed hat, and has a big smile on his face. The banquet has begun. 99. As Dumbledore's voice fell, the atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly became lively. Luann glanced at Snape, who was sitting in the corner, and found that he was also watching this side. He picked up the goblet full of juice and held it up to Snape, then went back to the table and started chatting. And when Snape saw Luann's actions, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Especially seeing the little lion snuggling with Luann, the smile on the corner of his mouth is even richer. So good. Come on, eat a peach. Luann's eyes lit up and held a sliced apple to Hermione's mouth. That's not an apple, MMM. Hearing this tone, Hermione looked at the apple hesitantly and said suspiciously, but before he could finish speaking, Luann shoved it into his mouth. Looking at Hermione like a little hamster, Luann couldn't help laughing. Light blue eyes are also full of smiles. It feels so good to feed. He kind of likes this way of feeding. It always feels like you have bad intentions. Hermione narrowed her brown eyes when she saw Luann hand over another piece of watermelon as soon as she finished eating. Quick, quick, open your mouth. Luann urged. What? Miss Hermione finally opened her mouth obediently. And Fred and George, as well as Ronald and Harry, were not in the mood to eat at all, and they felt full after watching them. Come on, Fred, open your mouth. George also imitated these two people. Go away, you're going to be disgusting, Ronald. Fred hurried away from George. The banquet lasted for a long time, and in the evening, the banquet finally came to an end with brilliant fireworks. In the front, I've been eating all kinds of food, and in the back, it has become a simple chat. Luann picked up a grape, and Hermione shook her head quickly. She basically didn't do it herself today. She was all fed by Luann. It's held up a bit now. Thinking of this, she touched her gradually bulging belly and sighed. Getting fat again. Don't worry, I'll be responsible. Luann suddenly said in her ear at this time. The mild heat flushed her cheeks, and the wise Hermione understood the meaning of the words at once. You don't want to be responsible. She gave Luann a fierce look, like an angry little lion. Of course. Luann responded with a smile. Fred and the others were already used to it, and they directly ignored these two incompatible wizards and chatted on their own. It's just that the topic has always been about the follow-up development of Fairy Tale. Harry and Ronald were also very interested, and the chat lasted until around the evening. The banquet is over. Tomorrow is the start of the holiday. The little wizards who are going home tonight will pack their bags in advance. Luann doesn't have anything to take care of, not to mention that he has an existence in a different dimension. Malfoy and Crabbe will also go back for the holidays. After all, this is the first time home. To Luann's surprise, Malfoy actually gave him a Christmas present. Merry Christmas. You too, but my present is still at home, Luann said with the corners of his mouth raised. A pleasant evening passed quietly. Luann woke up early in the morning and found that Malfoy and the two were no longer in the dormitory, and their luggage had disappeared. The two of them got up really early. After Luann packed his things, he went into the hall to meet with Hermione. The two of them went back together today. In the hall, Ronald was playing wizard chess with Harry. Aren't you going back? Hermione asked curiously. The Weasley brothers packed their bags and went back early this morning, but Ronald was still here. "They're going on a trip, I don't want to," Ronald said, taking his knight a step forward. "I might as well be here with Harry. 99. Goodbye then." After Lewin finished speaking, he took Hermione's hand and took her luggage to go to the station. As time went by, the little wizards at Hogwarts Station all carried large and small bags and waited patiently for the train to start. As the train doors were opened, the wizards who couldn't wait rushed up. Lou-Anne and Hermione weren't in such a hurry. The capacity of the train is still sufficient, not to mention that a large part did not choose to go home, but stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. After the two of them got into the car, they found an empty carriage at the very end. Lewin put Hermione's luggage on the luggage compartment and sat directly opposite Hermione. The official departure of the train is still some time away. Lou-Anne looked out the window at the snowy scenery, thinking about what to buy when he got home. The first is Diagon Alley, and the materials for refining the elixirs and some precious potions must be prepared, which is a large amount of expenditure. And it just happened to drop by to Nocturne Alley to see Dash. He remembered that there were quite a few dark wizards opening shops, and the magic tools inside were also very interesting. "Do you want to read a book?" At this time, Hermione took out a record book, Sleeping with Werewolves, from her backpack and placed it on the table. In order to relieve the boredom of the journey, she specially borrowed it from the library. And she knows that Lou-Anne prefers reading these biographical books to boring knowledge. "Bring me one." 35. Lou-Anne took the book and glanced at it. The author is Gilderoy Lockhart, still the liar who is good at using oblivion spells. Although it is a novel written by stealing other people's memories, the writing is unexpectedly good, giving people a feeling of being there. Hermione, who was sitting opposite, took a copy of the Book of Spells and began to record Professor Flitwick's end-of-term assignments. A scholar is a scholar no matter where he is. "Are you two here?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded at the same time. Brother Fred was standing outside the carriage with George with his luggage. George was about to pull the door in but was stopped by Fred. "Have a nice trip, you two." "You too." Fred gave Lou-Anne a look and left with George. This time is not suitable for going in as a light bulb. And Miss Hermione stared wide-eyed at the twins leaving and immediately knew what Fred meant. The glass of the carriage has curtains that can be drawn. It is not impossible. Thinking about it, she felt a little hot on her face. "What's wrong with you?" Lou-Anne, who was reading, looked at Hermione, who suddenly buried his head in the book, and asked. "No, nothing," Hermione replied in a muffled voice. Lewin touched the tip of his nose inexplicably. As the little wizards were all ready, the train began to whistle. A whistle sounded. The wheels moved slowly. Lou-Anne, who was sitting in the carriage chatting and reading a book, suddenly changed his face. The whole face became pale and weak, and the brain began to convey the feeling of dizziness to him. "I'm motion sick?" Although this day would come sooner or later, he did not expect it to be so soon. The Quidditch match 2 days ago has not had such a strong sense of motion sickness. Before he could think about it, Lewin raised his head weakly and leaned his head against the window. The nausea from the feedback made him put the book in his hand on the table. "Lewin, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Hermione, who had been sitting across from him, noticed that Lewin's side was in a wrong state and hurriedly changed positions and sat beside him. Motion sickness. Lou-Anne gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. As the train accelerated, he now felt that his strength was running out. Has the power of the Dragon Slayer crystal grown so fast recently? Obviously never used this kind of power. Motion sickness? Hermione was stunned. She remembered that Lewin was not so strong when she took the train last time. Like this situation, she has only seen it once while on a boat. "Don't worry, it's okay. Just let me rest for a while." Opening his eyes and looking at the anxious girl beside him, Lewin couldn't help comforting him. Just motion sickness. At most, he could hold on until the train stopped in the evening. Fortunately, he left the dormitory late and did not eat breakfast, otherwise he would have vomited all up. "Flowers 0. Let me lie down." Lou-Anne, who was leaning on his seat, said weakly. To his astonishment, however, Hermione hugged his shoulders and pulled him over. The blonde hair was pressed against Hermione's legs, and the little witch didn't dare to look at Lewin's suspicious gaze. "I think you're more comfortable here. Really comfortable." Feel the softness under the head, Lewin thought. The train starts to move. The scenery outside the window is very beautiful. The vast green lawn is covered with heavy snow. The flowing rivers are frozen into ice, and occasionally the smoke from the countryside can be seen. Miss Hermione was not reading because she was holding Lewin to prevent him from falling. A pair of hands wrapped around Lewin's shoulders, and there was silence in the carriage of the two of them. Only the clatter of the dashing train. After seeing the pleasant scenery outside the window, Miss Granger unconsciously put her eyes on Lewin's face. At this time, Lewin had closed his eyes, and the even breathing sound proved that he had fallen into a light sleep. The originally wrinkled, handsome face slowly stretched out. For some reason, Hermione remembered the first time they met at the Ovalid wand shop. At that time, the little boy lying on her lap was using a wand to paint a beautiful golden tree with golden leaves. The golden sunlight outside the window fell on the side face, and that face attracted her more than magic. Thinking about it, Hermione couldn't help lowering her head, and the two foreheads slowly touched each other. "You're mine." A soft muttering to himself, followed by a slow contact. After a long time, Miss Hermione raised her head blushing, and the corners of Lewin's mouth, who was lying on his lap, could not help but lift up. "Are you awake?" 35. The keen Miss Hermione saw the smile on Lewin's wet mouth. She questioned softly. However, the corners of Lewin's raised mouth were pressed down in an instant. "Really woke up?" Thinking of that, Hermione pinched Lewin's cheek. "Let you pretend to sleep." As Lewin's face kept taking shape in Hermione's hands, finally he couldn't help but open his eyes. Into the goal, he saw the smiling face directly. It's really not difficult. Even motion sickness can't stop Lewin's wild thoughts at this time. "You're thinking something bad." Hermione noticed Lewin's gaze, so she quickly covered the boy's eyes with her hands. "Speaking of which, have you squeezed enough?" Lewin asked weakly. The means of transport are really unfriendly to the dragon's lair, and as long as they go up, they basically have little attack power. "No." Looking at the boy lying in her arms, Hermione pinched his high nose again. She wants June 20th to take advantage of this good opportunity to squeeze enough. Feeling the touch on the tip of his nose, Lewin sighed helplessly. If he could move, would he be so passive? It is estimated that Hermione has already surrendered. Seeing the threat in Lewin's eyes, Hermione closed his eyes again. "Go to sleep now." "Cannot fall asleep." He was still a little sleepy at first, but when Hermione disturbed him, he immediately recovered. "Come on, eat something." Hermione picked up the chocolate frog on the table and pinched it to Lewin's mouth. "Why does it feel so familiar?" Lewin hesitated, then opened his mouth. The rich chocolate taste fills the whole mouth. Looking at Lewin, who was eating chocolate frogs, she suddenly understood the joy of feeding. When the Hogwarts train arrived at King's Cross, it was already evening. Lewin walked in front with Hermione's suitcase, followed by Hermione, who was blushing and bowing his head. After the train stopped, his strength recovered. Because their carriage was at the end of the train, a group of little wizards were crowding the exit and couldn't get out. So Lewin gave a good lesson to the girl who had been teasing him in the car. If you dare to ***** him, you must be prepared for revenge. Clearly, Miss Granger was not prepared for this. Platform at the train station. After receiving a letter from their daughter Zowl, the Grangers were already waiting in the waiting area. After Hermione saw her parents, she quickly walked over with Lewin. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, good evening." Lewin handed the suitcase to Hermione and greeted the Grangers with a smile. The Grangers had known this polite little boy since they were in Diagon Alley, especially after learning that Lewin was an orphan, and they even invited them to their home for the Christmas break. "Thank you, but I still have things to do during the holidays." Ignoring the blushing little Hermione, Lewin shook his head and declined the Grangers' invitation. Just a few days of vacation, he also has a plan of his own. "Really, what a pity." Mr. Granger said regretfully. He and Mrs. Granger had a good impression of Luen, a polite, long and good-looking little gentleman. And he was very close to his daughter. Goodbye. Goodbye. After waving goodbye to Hermione, who was reluctant to leave after getting on the bus, Luen turned and left King's Cross Station. So how to go back? With my current physique, I'm afraid I won't get dizzy when I take a taxi. Moreover, in the case of Shui, he did not set the coordinates of his room, so he could not directly teleport to it. However, short-distance transmission is still possible. Luen looked at the burning clouds in the sky and thought. 9 p.m. In the dark room, a whirlpool suddenly twisted in midair, and a figure slowly emerged on the spot. It's finally here. 39. Since he didn't set the coordinates of his room, he could only use the short-distance teleportation of Shui to teleport all the way. No, I have to set the coordinates. 35. He rubbed his dry eyes and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Fortunately, the frog cub brought him the eternal kaleidoscope, otherwise he felt that his eyes were going blind. After the last time Hermione was in distress, Luen distributed the coordinates of the gods to the entire Hogwarts room in order to urgently teleport. And now I'm just setting up my home. After setting the coordinates, Luen couldn't help lying on the soft sofa, looking a little tired. It would not be easy for anyone else to be dizzy in the car for a day and to use Shui teleport continuously. After resting for a while, he threw the promised gift and the cards used to open the shop into the different space. Looking at the empty room, Luen shook his head regretfully. Still lacking some anger. In the next few days, he plans to go to Diagon Alley first, and then go to Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is hidden in Diagon Alley, but unlike Diagon Alley, there are dark wizards, even werewolves and vampires in Nocturne Alley. But in the same way, some things that are not sold on the surface can be obtained in Nocturne Alley as long as you have money. Luen is going to Nocturne Alley to see what's going on. Listen to the Weasley brothers, there are many interesting magic props there. For example, 0.1 people wear shoes that will dance to death, coins full of curses. These stories that exist in fairy tales are real in Nocturne Alley. Only you can't think of it, there's no magic props they can't make. As for your own safety? Luen just recently lacked an experiment that would allow him to experiment with dragon-slaying magic. It was getting late, and Luen was lying on the bed in his pajamas after taking a shower. Recalling what happened on the train today, the corners of his mouth twitched up. Such a good life. Maybe it's a car dizzy for a day, plus the overuse of Kamui. After lying down for a while, steady breathing sounded in the quiet room. Tomorrow is the time to go to Diagon Alley. The next morning, following the route, Luen came to the location of the Leaky Cauldron. The location here isn't too far from where he lives, so it's quick to get there. Resisting the dizziness in his head, Luen pushed open the somewhat shabby bar. Since it was Christmas, the interior of the entire bar was changed, with streamers and jack-o'-lanterns hanging from wooden beams. After Luen walked into the bar, he could feel a few eyes watching him. Probably because of some doubts, how could a child come to such a place alone? Luen ignored those glances and walked straight to the wall leading to Diagon Alley. He took out his wand and tapped a few times on the bricks on the wall as Snape handed it to him. Immediately afterwards, the entire wall began to deform continuously, and a gate made of stone appeared in place. After entering the door, the snow-covered Diagon Alley appeared in front of Luen. Today is the first day of the Christmas break, and there are many wizards shopping in the streets of Diagon Alley, each wearing a scarf and smiling. The Christmas atmosphere is still very strong. Luen was wearing 13 black trench coats today, not wearing Hogwarts wizarding robes, tightening the scarf Hermione gave him. Then walked towards the location of Gringotts. He gave all the money he took out to the Weasley brothers for business investment, so there wasn't much galleon on him now. Just go to Gringotts and take out some. Anyway, he has a lot of Jean galleon in it now. Under the gaze of those greedy goblins, Luen left Gringotts with 200 galleons. Those nasty goblins just want someone to save money. They don't want someone to take it out. It's their nature. After taking out the golden galleon, it's time to buy some herbal ingredients. Lu En wandered around the diagonal streets and finally found a Gig's pharmacy in a corner location. Pushing open the door and entering the store, a foul smell came from the herbal store, making him pinch his nose. Bottles of feathers, scales, and teeth are listed on the high shelves, and many of them contain some precious potion materials. Looking at these materials, Lu En's eyes lit up. With a general glance, the materials he needs are all in stock here. Good morning, sweet little wizard. 35. An apron-wearing Mrs. Giggs came over and greeted the little guest with a smile when she saw the door. Do you need any materials? She asked in a friendly tone. Healing agents, palliative agents, we have everything here. As Mrs. Giggs approached, the unpleasant smell she carried made Lu En take a step back. Ma'am, here are the materials I need. Lu En took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Mrs. Giggs. This piece of paper is full of dense material names, and buying all of them is definitely a huge expense. Mrs. Giggs took the piece of paper curiously, and the content of the material on it made her more and more surprised. As the owner of a herbal shop, her potion strength cannot be said to be very strong, but it is reasonable. With just this piece of paper, she was able to analyze the name of the magic potion that the little wizard in front of her wanted to refine. Veritaserum, Felicity, Beauty Elixir, Ecstasy. Each of these potions has its own difficulty and skill. Even if you let her refine it, there may be mistakes. Is this what you're refining? Mrs. Giggs asked curiously. No, this is for my brother's practice. I just came out to buy it. Lu En lied. Really? Mrs. Giggs smiled when she heard this. That's right, after all, such a small wizard may not know what these materials are for refining, but his brother is really powerful, and he can even refine these potions. Definitely a potions master in the future. In here, I can sell you all except the materials for the love potion. Mrs. Giggs smiled at Lu En. Ecstasy material? Lu En was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Anyway, some of the materials for the ecstasy can be found in the Forbidden Forest. Then I'll have these, ma'am, Lu En said to Mrs. Giggs. Please wait. After Mrs. Giggs finished speaking, she took a small box and put the materials that Lu En needed into it. Because some materials could not be in contact with each other, there were 5 small boxes in total after finishing. Do you need me to make an appointment for All Express? Mrs. Giggs said kindly, of course, it's free. No need, ma'am, I will bring it back by myself. Lu En took out 56 gold galleons and put them in front of Mrs. Giggs, then refused. After leaving the Giggs pharmacy with the box, Lu En came to a relatively remote corner. After looking around, he found that there was no one around. He turned on the writing wheel and used Shui to store all these materials in the different dimension. All kinds of things have been stored in his different space, and now it is equivalent to an independent lounge. In the future, if the potion is refined, it can be refined directly in the different dimension. The crucible is all ready. After buying the herbs, it's time to give the gifts to Owl and send them to Fred. When all this was arranged, Lu En was ready to head to Nocturne Alley. The entrance to Nocturne Alley was in a certain street in Diagon Alley, the Weasley brothers had told him. According to the drawing map Fred gave him, he finally saw a narrow passage in a dark corner. There are not many wizards in this area, and occasionally 620 will have a few wizards with black hats covering their faces hurriedly walking towards it. Seeing this, Lu En also put on the wizard cloak with a hood he just bought to cover his face, and then walked in as well. Crossing the narrow road, there are mice on the ground one after another, and the unpleasant smell is like Mrs. Giggs' pharmacy. On both sides of the road, you can also see a few shaggy witches with a pair of cold eyes. He was staring at Lu En's figure. Little wizard, what are you doing here? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him, and a pair of dry hands reached out to Lu En's shoulders. Lu En turned his face sideways, and then the dragon slayer magic within his body burst out. A burst of electric arcs surrounded the black wizard's robes, and the dry palms were smeared by the arc before they could be retracted. Thunder Dragon's lightning is not something ordinary people can resist. My hand. The wailing sounded in his ears, and Lu En glanced at the old woman who wanted to touch him. A black dagger fell from her other hand, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Boring. Lu En shook his head and walked slowly towards the depths. The only difference is that those eyes staring at him have turned into fear. As expected of Nocturnally, I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I entered. Nocturnally, as the largest gathering place for dark wizards, can be built in Diagon Alley with some ability. At least the Ministry of Magic has encircled here many times, but not once. Some magical props and precious materials that cannot be traded on the bright side can be purchased at Nocturnally. Even the various props made by some human organs are readily available. Lu-En wore a black robe and slowly passed the narrow and dark road. Nocturnally is here. This is a very desolate-looking street, dilapidated house numbers, crumbling houses. The unpleasant smell in the air made Lu-En frown unconsciously. Even with a mask on, he could smell the stench. The wizards wandering the streets are not at all surprised by Lu-En's costumes. Wizards like him are found on this street every day. After all, there are some deals that are invisible. Lu-En looked around, and unlike the many types of shops in Diagon Alley, at least half of them were selling magic items. There is also a part that sells materials for curses and potions. He remembered that his senior Tom used to work here, as if he was a props business. The owner of a shop that can attract talents like Tom Sr. to work part-time is probably a bit skilled. Lu-En wanders the dirty streets of Nocturnally. He stopped abruptly when he passed a huge shop called Borgenbach. Compared to other stores, this store is much neater on the outside. At least there are no holes or patches, and it is large. Borgenbach? Kind of familiar. Lu-En's pale blue eyes surveyed the good-looking store. With a sour sound, the door of the store was opened, and a wizard wearing a black hood came out holding a shrunken skull. After taking a look at Lu-En, he turned around and walked into a dark corner and disappeared soon after. Guest, come in and have a look? At this time, a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded, attracting Lu-En's eyes. Oh, and a little wizard, which is rare. It was a messy-haired wizard who looked very old, with a chilling sneer on his face and a pair of eyes staring at Lu-En's figure. Mr. Borgen? Lu-En glanced at the name of the store and asked tentatively. You can call me that. Mr. Borgen gave a sullen smile. Of course, you can also call me Caractacus Bork. Want to come in and see the merchandise? As he said that, he picked up a bottle with a pink potion, and Lu-En's enhanced vision could see the text on it clearly. Ecstasy. Lu-En thought for a moment and walked in. If he remembered correctly, Senior Tom should work here. When he entered the store, he found Borgen leaning on the counter. Need what? He turned to reveal the merchandise behind him. On a mat in a glass case, there is a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a sluggish glass eyeball. Ferocious masks stared down on the walls. Various human bones lay on the counters and rusted. Tine-like instruments hung from the ceiling. There are enough things inside to make a child have nightmares every day, and it doesn't look like a serious place. How much was that bottle of love potion just now? Lu-En looked at Borgen and asked with a sneer. I didn't expect a young wizard your age would need such a thing. You will definitely become an excellent dark wizard in the future. Bojin jokingly said, and then extended 5 fingers. 50 galleons. A bottle of ecstasy actually costs 50 galleons? The corners of Lu-En's mouth twitched up. Do you have a compound medicine here? He asked again. Compound medicine? That thing is very difficult to deal with. Bojin said after a while, a bottle of 170 gold galleons. It takes half a month to pick up the goods. Are compound medicines so expensive? Even Lu-En, who had guesses in his heart, was surprised. I have 3 bottles of compound medicine here. Do you accept them here? Returning to his senses, Lu-En looked at Borgen and asked softly. Don't make fun of me, you brat. This is Nocturnally. Borgen frowned and glanced at Lu-En, thinking that the little wizard was sincere in making trouble. How could a little wizard have a potion, and no one would sell potions here except Severus Snape? Looking at Bojin, who was about to blast people, Lu-En waved his sleeves directly, and 3 bottles of viscous liquid appeared on the table at some point. And that look almost made Borgen pop his eyes out. Silent mantra, no, it's not important. This wizard didn't wave his wand just now. He saw it clearly. Casting spells without a stick? Even Bojin, who has lived for so many years, has never seen such incredible ability. Do you accept these 3 bottles here? Lewin asked. Bojin, who came back to his senses, frowned and glanced at the little wizard in front of him. After hesitating for a while, he opened the compound medicine and smelled it. There is no problem with the taste. His brows stretched out. Then he took out a piece of paper and poured the medicine on it. After casting the spell with the wand, Borgin was finally verified. It is indeed a compound potion, 3 bottles, for 100 gold galleons. Bojin gave the price. Deal. Lewin didn't bother to haggle and bought it directly. With a heavy bag of gold galleons placed on the table, Lewin put it into the alien's face. Once again performed a hand in front of Bojin. Can I see your merchandise? Lewin asked Borgin, who was tinkering with the other 2 potions. Whatever. 39. Borgin, who was testing the quality of the potion, didn't have time to talk to him. There are very few compound medicines circulating in the market. One is that it is time-consuming, and the other is that the skills required are too cumbersome. Without detailed notes or teachers, it is impossible to make them. So far, the only person who sells this potion is Snape, who doesn't necessarily come every 6 months. Lewin walked inside the store and looked around curiously. A white necklace was placed on a counter, and a warning sign was placed beside the counter. Beware, don't touch, has been cursed, has taken the lives of 19 muggles. A cursed necklace? Interesting. After taking 2 glances, Lewin turned and walked to the other side. The king's withered arm, corroded bones, a cursed thumb. Most are used to hurt people. But after walking to the potion material, Lewin suddenly felt the back of his hand get hot. He quickly opened his wide sleeves, and the thunder scales on the back of his hands began to emit magical blue light, accompanied by tiny electric arcs. Scales reappeared? No, the range of thunder scales is larger. The thunder scale that originally reached the wrist has now spread to half of the forearm. What happened? Lewin muttered to himself. He could feel his magic longing for something. Thunderball, a magic item for storing lightning. At this time, Bojin came over and explained to him. It doesn't do anything other than make you feel numb and relax. But if you break the ball, be careful to be struck by lightning. After listening to Borgin's explanation, a flash of understanding flashed across Lewin's face. His own magic is eager to devour these thunderbolts. As the Dragon Slayer mage, everyone can devour the attributes that match their own to enhance their power. As the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magister, Lewin saw the lightning ball, and the magic in his body began to surge involuntarily. Do you want to devour these lightning bolts? As for what Borgin said would be struck by lightning, it was a joke to him. Are thunder dragons afraid of being struck by lightning? How many galleons is this thing? Quietly retracted into his sleeve, Lewin asked Borgin. So far, there are only a few things that have interested him, and this lightning ball is among them. A harmless item made by accident, a gold galleon. Bojin put the compound potion in a cabinet next to him. Just treat it as a friend, and there will be potions that can come to me to sell in the future. His gloomy voice didn't change. He locked the cabinet and said to Lewin. Lewin was not polite and put the lightning ball directly on the counter. Then I bought some ingredients to make the ecstasy, and a withered thumb. That thumb is a medium used to cast curses, but there is no such thing as curses at Hogwarts. In other words, there are basically few wizards who can use curses now, except for a certain talented and intelligent senior. His thumb had been in the store for several years, eating ashes in the corner. 620-inch, a total of 50 gold galleons. Borgin packed his things and put them in front of Lewin. Too expensive, more expensive than the materials for his potions. You have to know that the material of ecstasy is not sold outside, it is a contraband. He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. I can go and pick them in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Lewin's pale blue eyes stared at Borgin, who was about to blackmail. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts can be regarded as a natural herbal field. Although Lewin has never been to it, he knows that the materials in it are readily available. You really fit to be a dark wizard. Seeing that Lewin was unmoved, Bojin snorted coldly and stretched out 3 fingers. 30 gold galleons, can't be less. These materials were brought back from the Forbidden Forest on my trustee. 39. Make a deal. 20 gold galleons were enough. Lewin put the money on the table, then picked up the bag and directly stored it in the different space. Fun magic. Borgin glanced at Lewin as he watched the material being sucked into the vortex. See you next time, Mr. Borgin. After buying what he wanted, Lewin was ready to leave. Because it was already evening when I entered Diagon Alley, and now the sky outside is already dotted with stars. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Bojin glanced at the bright moonlight outside and smiled gloomily. Little wizard, be careful with the wild dogs roaming outside. I don't want the new supply to be cut off. After Lewin went out, Borgin closed the door to the store. Wild dog. Full moon night? Lewin looked up at the bright full moon in the sky, and his thoughts turned. Are there werewolves in Nocturne Alley? Combined with what Bojin said, Lewin guessed the meaning at once. Standing on the deserted and dilapidated street, he found that the surrounding shops were all closed, and there was not even a candle in the room. It looks like there are really werewolves. Lewin looked around and saw nothing but the sound of the breeze blowing the garbage on the ground. Fortunately, he has already set the spatial coordinates at home, and he can go back when he activates his divine power. What's more, Lewin is also a little curious about those werewolves. Their saliva can transform a normal wizard into an insane werewolf. If it is just scratched, it will not turn into a werewolf, but the scars left will not heal. Lewin stood there thinking for a while, then prepared to leave Nocturne Alley. Ugh dash. Just as Kamui was about to launch, a loud wolf howl made Lewin look up. Under the full moon, an upright hairless werewolf was standing on a high roof, with a pair of vertical beast pupils staring at the prey below. There was a thick liquid flowing from the cracked corner of the mouth. It was bright red blood with saliva, and the sharp claws shone cold in the moonlight. Following me? Lewin was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth and directly took, dab, to cancel the teleportation of divine power. Now that he has been targeted, let's take a good look at what abilities the werewolf has. Seeing Lewin's provocative smile, the werewolf's remaining sanity has been completely covered by animal nature. Roar. With a roar, the werewolf jumped out of the house and ran towards Lewin quickly. Too slow. 35. In the eyes of the wizard, the speed is very fast, but it is not enough in front of Lewin's kaleidoscope. Boom. The werewolf's running body was caught. It was a huge skeleton arm in black and purple tone, and the connection of the arm was exactly where Lewin's body was. Susanoo. In the scarlet pupils, the three sickles slowly turned. Wow! The werewolf kept twisting his body, trying to escape from this huge palm, but to no avail. He didn't have Susanoo, who opened his eyes directly, and only one skeleton was enough to deal with a werewolf. Lewin stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the werewolf, who was still struggling and wailing, and his body had been in a surging magic moment and activated instantly. Thunder. The simplest ability brought by Thunder Dragon Slayer Crystal is to control thunder and lightning anytime, anywhere. The golden thunder light fell from the clear night sky and hit the bone hand tightly. The dilapidated stone street was blasted into a big pit by this golden lightning. The werewolf in his hand was scorched all over, but he kept roaring. The thunder and lightning just now had completely aroused its animal nature. Any creature will choose to let it go when it has nowhere to go. Not to mention the werewolf, who was originally a wizard. Not dead? Very good. Lewin squinted at the scorched werewolf that opened his mouth and roared at him, controlling the huge bone hand and throwing it into the sky. Soon, the power of the dragon in the body erupted. Lewin raised the corners of his mouth, revealing sharpened teeth, and the thunder scales on his arms shone with azure blue light. In this mode, he can feel that his power has been increased by about 4 or 5 times, but in this mode, Lewin can only be turned on for less than a minute. But enough. The 2 rows of sharp teeth opened slightly, and a flash of lightning gathered in the mouth. Thunder dragons roar. The golden breath cut through the night sky, and the unstoppable force fell on the werewolf in midair. Boom, one by one. After hitting the werewolf, Thunder Dragon's breath did not stop at all, and the werewolf whimpered directly through the dilapidated house behind him. A huge amount of dust was raised, and lightning flashed from time to time in the charred house. Luan can even see through the house across the street. This huge sound instantly awakened the dark wizards in the street. The first to open the door was the nearest Borgin. However, in the street, Luan has disappeared. There's only a mess all over the place and a werewolf who has lost half of his body and is charred. That werewolf hiding in Nocturne Alley, dead. Luan, who has returned home through Kamui, is sorting through his purchases today. Most are some herbs. After the alien space is sorted out, he will start refining some potions from tomorrow. The 3 bottles of compound potions sold in the Borkin store today made him 400 gold galleons, and the ingredients of the compound potions are less than 3 galleons, mainly because it takes a long time. Overall, the profit is still very good minus. And today he also experimented with his own power, Susanoo and Dragon Slayer magic. It has to be said that the werewolf's body is still very resistant to beatings, and he can continue to howl after being struck by a thunderbolt, but in the end he was taken away by his breath. Is it innocent? The viscous liquid on the corner of its mouth has given the answer. The enhanced sense of smell allowed him to smell the bloody smell from far away. This is not something that an innocent werewolf can do, even if it has no human reason. But Luan looked at his arm at this time, and the range of the thunder scale increased a little after using the dragon power, but the thunder scale wouldn't show up if it wasn't used normally. Even the sharp teeth have changed back. Thinking of this, Luan took out the lightning ball he purchased. The arc is surrounded by it, and the hand feels numb when put on it, which makes people very comfortable. He touched it with his fingers, and the arc wrapped around his hand. Want to eat it? Luan hesitated, then swallowed it. As the incarnation of Thunder Dragon, it should be fine to eat electricity, right? After eating the arc, I felt a little full in my stomach. Can you really eat? Luan suddenly turned to look at the socket, then shook his head quickly. Such a dangerous idea cannot exist. The 2-week vacation passed quickly, especially for Luan, who has been brewing potions. During the 2-week break, he has been brewing the Rawbone Spirit, and he has only made 5 or 6 pots until now, and the technique is also very proficient. He even made an improvement. Originally, the Rawbone Spirit tasted very bitter. He tried to mix it with some other herbs to make it have a sweet taste. Even the efficacy of the drug has been enhanced a lot. If you sell the formula to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries, it is estimated that you can make a lot of money. After packing up, Luan, who was wearing a trench coat and a scarf, found the spatial coordinates set at the station and instantly activated his power. When he appeared again, he was already in a hotel near the station. Lamp Luan pulled his luggage and walked slowly to the station when he was suddenly photographed. Have you a great holiday? Luan. Hearing this familiar voice, Luan laughed. Good morning, both of you. Have you received the card I gave you? Of course, but we were traveling at the time, so we didn't have time to study. Fred shook his head regretfully. At that time, the whole family went on a trip, and the cards were mailed to their homes, which was a perfect miss. How about our present for you? George smiled. Great. 35 Luan nods. He's been receiving gifts from several people over the holidays. The twins sent him some fireworks, and Harry and Ronald each sent a set of biographical books. They heard from Hermione. And Hermione, who had already given gifts, gave him a scarf that looked a little ugly, which was the one he was wearing today. According to the twisted pattern above, Luan can barely tell that it is a little lion. Handmade, no doubt. Your scarf, it's quite interesting. Fred also saw the weird scarf at this time and said with a smile, Is this a puppy so cute? George saw it too. It's a lion. Luan prompted. He also guessed many times at the beginning and finally judged it through the tail of the pattern. Indeed a lion. Okay, let's get in the car, we may be leaving in a while. Fred greeted, and then took the 2 of them across the pillar. You 2 go first, I'll wait for Hermione. Luan waved his hand and said goodbye to the 2. The guy who cares less about friends, go George. Fred reluctantly took George onto the train. Luan waited at the station for about 10 minutes before Hermione finally arrived with her luggage. After seeing the girl, his eyes lit up. Curly ponytails tied behind the head, light-toned sweaters, black-toned short skirts, and the most conspicuous white stockings. For flowers. Luen, 9. Hermione, who hadn't seen each other for 2 weekends, trotted over when she saw Luen. The 2 strands of curly hair left on his forehead swayed as he ran. "Good morning, Hermione." Luen subconsciously held the girl's hand and then quickly released it after thinking of something. "It's okay, my parents are back." After Hermione finished speaking in a low voice, she took Luen's hand and clasped it together. When did Miss Granger become so bold? Luen glanced at Hermione, bowing his head with a smile. "Still the same habit as before. Come on, the train will start soon." 0. Before getting into the car, Luen glanced at Hermione's white stockings today and couldn't help but praise his approach. Fortunately, he did not use Shui to go directly to school today, but chose to take the train with Hermione. This was also the first time, and Luen was looking forward to the next motion sickness. He picked up Hermione's luggage and walked inside the pillar, holding the girl's hand. On the green-toned train platform, there are already quite a few wizards who are parting with their families. The 2 of them came to the end of the carriage with ease. Because there is usually no one to disturb here, after all, there are many places ahead. "Come in." After Luen put his luggage in the luggage space, he whispered to Hermione. Considering Luen's motion sickness, Hermione sat obediently on the same side of the seat. At this time, she also found the scarf she gave to Luen. "That scarf. You did it?" Luen asked a question. Seeing Hermione nod, he smiled consciously. "I love so much. By the way, I'll leave it to you when I get motion sickness." He whispered in Miss Hermione's ear. I know. She hurriedly pushed Luen away. Her ears were itchy and uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Luen's motion sickness, how could she be sitting on the same side? Who doesn't like white silk? Luen thought about it. Evening, inside Hogwarts. With the support of Hermione, Luen, who was holding his head, staggered off the train. I don't know why this time. When the train started, the dizziness quickly swept through the body, and it was more serious than the previous few times. Before he could even enjoy Hermione's white silk lap pillow, he passed out. This sleep went straight to Hogwarts. Give me a chance, I'm useless. Luen thought in disbelief. Are you okay? Hermione's brown eyes looked worriedly at the crumbling Luen. No, it's fine. Just let me slow down for a while. Luen was sitting on a bench in the street, looking up at the sky with burning clouds, and couldn't help thinking. Is it because of the growth of thunder scales, the resistance to vehicles is weaker? After all, during the 3 weeks of vacation, the thunder scales on his arms have grown to his arms and will soon cover the entire arm. The more I think about it, the more this is the answer. Do you want to stop taking trains during the holidays? Go straight back to Shui. However, as soon as the idea came to his mind, Luen glanced at Hermione, who was by his side. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Come on, let's go to the auditorium for dinner. 35. After regaining some strength, Luen turned to Hermione. This time they did not go by boat, but chose to walk across the path on foot. There are many little wizards on this path who are unwilling to take a boat. After all, the Black Lake at night is really scary and sparkling, and there are many dangerous magical creatures hidden in the Black Lake. It's not far from the train station to the gate of Hogwarts, and chatting while walking, soon reached the gate. Gryffindor's table. Long time no see, Harry. 35. Luen greeted Harry, who was having dinner. Welcome back, Luen. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw it was Luen, and then he walked quietly beside him. How long can one drop of the potion you gave me last time last? Luen glanced at Harry after hearing the words, not understanding why he asked this. 1 drop for 12 hours, what's wrong? It's okay, I'll ask. 35. Harry's eyes flickered a little, and he hurried back to his seat. Luen's pale blue eyes stared at Harry, who was clearly in trouble for a while, then shifted his gaze. How to use the potion is Harry's business, after all. It has been given to him. Even if it is used on Ronald's body, he can't control it. Just don't use it on him. Come on, open your mouth. Under Harry and Ronald's complicated eyes, Luen put a piece of watermelon to Miss Granger's mouth. Someone. 35. Hermione's pretty eyes dodged slightly. Someone. Lou glanced at Harry and Ronald, who immediately bowed their heads to eat. Okay, no one's watching now. Ronald and Harry, who bowed their heads to eat silently, didn't eat a single bite, but they couldn't eat any more. Feel full. On the first night back at school, Lou invited Hermione to a quiet place with few people on a date. The shy Miss Hermione hesitated for half a second before agreeing. Is this what you call a date? Looking at the table full of books, Hermione couldn't help squinting at Lou with a look of confusion on his face. You two are really diligent, come to study as soon as school starts. At this time, Mrs. Pants stopped by the two of them with a book and could not help but sigh. Good evening, Mrs. Pins. Lou greeted politely, and Hermione stared blankly at the notes placed in front of her. This notebook is the improvement method of various potions recorded by Lou in the past 2 weeks, such as the taste improvement of shingling. This note can be said to be very meaningful in some ways. Even she felt a little weird. But aren't you dating now? This is not a date. Miss Hermione bared her teeth and looked at Lou with a ferocious look. Quiet space, and it's just the two of us around, Lou said, and realized that Hermione's eyes were not right. My fault. Let's go on a date by the Black Lake tomorrow. When Miss Hermione was about to approach, Lou quickly changed his tune. Tomorrow afternoon, Miss Hermione demanded. But there is class tomorrow afternoon. Of course, I can skip class too. Lou thought about it for a while and found that tomorrow afternoon's class is a history of magic class. Only then did Miss Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the notebook that Lou handed her. There are many improvement techniques above that she doesn't know the principle. You are so amazing, she exclaimed. The compliments from Miss Hermione made Lou very useful. You don't even look at who I am? This is what he accumulated day by day in the library all day long. He had never worked so hard in his last life. While the two were studying, two familiar people suddenly came to the library, Harry and Ronald. How did the two of them come to the library? Hermione asked suspiciously. Brained? Lou and Hermione sitting in the corner were immediately discovered by Harry, and he hurried over. Three-headed dog? Lou listened to Harry's words calmly, while Hermione was not so calm. You mean in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Headmaster Dumbledore keeps a three-headed dog? You must know that she has been to the forbidden area on the 3rd floor with Lou and also found that it can reflect the scene after she and Lou got married. The tips of her ears turned red just thinking about it. And Lou touched his nose. He had been there once before the holiday, and the Mirror of Erised had already been replaced by the old bee. How did you two know there were three-headed dogs in that place? Lou asked curiously. At that time, he wanted to go inside and feed the three-headed dog a Momotaro rice ball, but he forgot about it later because he was too busy. I was chased by Erky for 0.1 fee during the night tour. Harry was not ashamed. Night tour, no night tour, is it still Gryffindor? So you suspect that the three-headed dog is guarding something? Do you still want me to visit with you? Lou looked at the two with a foolish look. We just want you to find a way to get into the secret door below, Harry said helplessly. I was being chased by Filch when I saw Professor Quirrell come out and Snape was fighting with him. And for some reason, the scar on my forehead hurts when I see Quirrell. 5. Saying that, Harry covered the lightning scar on his forehead. Hearing this, Lou couldn't help but glance at Harry. You are the Voldemort automatic detection machine. I don't have time to accompany you on an expedition now. Why don't you ask Hagrid? After listening to Harry's words, Lou gave him an opinion. Hagrid is familiar with all kinds of magical creatures, and you might as well ask him for a solution. 35. After all, the three-headed dog was kept by Hagrid, but was brought back by Dumbledore to guard the basement. As for why Snape and Quirrell would fight, Lou was more concerned. Aren't you too afraid of being deducted? Hermione raised her head and looked at the two authentic Gryffindors in dissatisfaction. What are you afraid of? It's almost a negative number now. Ronald couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. Points were deducted by Snape every day, and this class of Gryffindors was almost on the verge of having the lowest score in history. If there are more points, they will be more afraid. But it's almost a negative number, and it doesn't matter if the deduction is deducted or not. Seeing the disapproval of the two, Hermione gritted her teeth angrily. He simply hugged Luan's arm and stopped talking. No matter how she tried to save it, she couldn't save the Gryffindor who fell into the abyss. She was tired, and she was 13. Okay, then I'll ask Hagrid tomorrow. After listening to Luan's opinion, Harry nodded. Hagrid's knowledge of magical creatures, he had also heard from seniors. After all, Hagrid had lived in the Forbidden Forest for decades, and no one in Hogwarts knew biology better than him. You Gryffindors, keep your voice down. Mrs. Pants, who was sitting in the center of the library, shouted softly towards Luan. Be careful, I tell Professor McGonagall, 99. Inside Slytherin's dormitory. Luan yawns and pushes the door in. The first thing I saw was a happy Malfoy. I saw Malfoy reading and laughing on the bed with a letter in his arms. What's wrong with you? Luan asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen Malfoy like this, as if he had been given a beloved toy. It's Hallie. Hallie wrote to me. Harry? Luan wondered. Harry's letter, what are you happy about? It's not Harry Potter, it's Harry Geralt. Geralt? Luan opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the excited Malfoy. Who is Hallie Geralt? How come Luan Geralt has never heard of this character? Luan was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that Harry had asked himself about Nianquin today. No way. It's that little witch with glasses that sat next to you last time. Malfoy asked Luan, don't you remember? 99. I remember a ghost. I didn't expect it to be Harry. Luan looked at Malfoy happily reading the letter and couldn't help feeling pity. I really don't know if he will kill himself when he finds out that the other end of the letter is Harry. I remember what she did. Luan didn't want to ruin Harry's good deeds, so he simply lied. But why did Harry name him Geralt? He doesn't understand. You really don't remember such a beautiful little witch? Malfoy said incredulously. She's the prettiest witch I've ever seen in Gryffindor. Fart, Hermione is the best looking. Saying this, Luan was no longer sleepy and took out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy's head. Say, who is the prettiest? Gee. Granger. Malfoy swallowed and looked carefully at the wand on his head for fear of an accidental accident. That's right. Hearing the answer he wanted, Luan nodded in satisfaction, retracted his wand and patted Malfoy on the shoulder. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he seemed to remember the magic that Luan cast on him on the boat. It felt like life was better than death. I wish you a happy relationship, my friend. After speaking, Luan lay down on the soft bed and went to read. He hadn't finished reading some of Harlot's books. Those adventurous stories are thrilling, and the knowledge of various monsters and potions is very detailed, and it can be regarded as a useful travel book. Speaking of which, the frog cub should be back tomorrow, right? Luan glanced at the date on the photo, and it was indeed coming back tomorrow. Really looking forward to bringing back something good. The next morning, after the charms class, Harry stopped Luan and Hermione. You want me to go with you to find Hagrid? Luan looked at Harry incomprehensibly, hoping he could give an explanation. Hermione promised to go. Ronald interjected. Luan turned his head to look at Hermione and saw her nodding lightly. Enough reason, let's go. When the words fell, Harry and Ronald nodded to each other. After getting Hermione interested in manuscripts studying magical creatures, Luan was sure to follow along. Harry was deliberately trying to pull the two of them in. After all, the brains of him and Ronald are really not good. And Luan's strength is strong, and even Professor Flitwick will praise his IQ, so naturally it will not be much worse. With him there, two people can feel more at ease when exploring. By the way, who is Hallie Geralt? Halfway through, Luan suddenly asked Harry. Is the name? Let Harry's body twitch. Malfoy let you read the letter, he asked quietly. That's not true, he just said something. Luan shook his head. So, what do you want to do? After hesitating for a while, Harry glanced at Ronald, who was leading the way, and at Hermione, who was eavesdropping on Luan's arm. I want to ask him out, and then? And then? 623-inch Hermione questioned. I haven't thought about it yet. Harry shrugged and whispered. Maybe you can pretend to try to date him first, and then change back to Harry when he's in love with you. 99. Luan had a bad idea on the sidelines. Harry glanced at Luan helplessly. What's the idea? Several people discussed how to make Malfoy even more desperate. Finally, Hermione came up with a method. Why not make Malfoy a girl too? The idea was instantly accepted by Harry. I'm going to put a whole bottle in his mouth. Imagining that scene, Harry felt relieved. In front of Hagrid's hut. With a knock on the door, Hagrid opened a corner of the door, revealing a head looking at the little guests outside. Long time no see, Hagrid. Harry greeted with a smile. Oh, long time no see, Harry. Hagrid was happy to see Harry, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Can't we go in and talk? 55. Looking at the blocked door, Harry questioned. No, this room cannot be entered now. Hagrid shook his head quickly and refused. I saw a fire dragon egg. 35 at this time, Ronald saw something on the table through the corner of the window. He shouted excitedly. Shadash! Shadash! Hearing Ronald's exclamation, Hagrid immediately widened his eyes and quickly shut them up. Cool, Hagrid. How did you get this dragon egg? Ronald asked Hagrid in surprise. After graduating from Hogwarts, his brother Charlie went to Romania to study dragons. Every fire dragon is a very dangerous magical creature, and the materials on them are also very precious. Therefore, the price of a fire dragon egg circulating on the black market is very expensive. You forget it, come in and talk. 35. Hagrid glanced at Ronald dejectedly, not knowing how this kid recognized him, and finally let a few people in. Hagrid's hut was small and messy, and a dragon egg the size of a patterned head was placed in the middle of the table. You can't tell anyone about this, especially Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid raised a serious face and warned the little wizards. If it was known that he was raising fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, I am afraid that even Headmaster Dumbledore would not be able to keep him. At some point, he can only live on the streets. Thinking of this, Hagrid hurriedly shook his head. This was too terrifying. Don't worry, Hagrid. Our mouths are tight. Harry and Ronald nodded quickly and agreed. And Hermione and Luan, who were curiously researching dragon eggs, also nodded. Don't worry, only a few of us know about this. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the answers from the little wizards. He took a plate of cookies from the stove and put it on the table. I just baked a pancake. Do you want some? Rock pie? After so long at Hogwarts, it was the first time a few people had heard of this food. It's hard. 35. Harry and Ronald took a hard bite when they felt like their teeth were almost shattered. Even Hermione took a bite, but failed to bite. It made her wrinkle her beautiful little nose. Ordinary taste. Luan took a big bite out of it, crunching in his mouth, and even gave a comment. With teeth as hard as a thunder dragon, I am afraid that he can crunch even steel, not to mention rock skin cakes. Yeah, I feel pretty good. Hagrid has an impression of Luan because he is a little wizard who calls him senior and helps him, so he has a lot of goodwill. Some butterbeer. Oh, forget you're all first-year students. Just as Hagrid took out a bottle of beer, he suddenly remembered that several people were not in the 3rd grade, so he quickly changed his tune. By the way, Hagrid, do you know the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor? Passing the rock skin cake that couldn't be chewed to Fangya, who was wagging his tail next to him, Harry finally revealed his purpose this time. How do you know about that 3-headed dog? Hagrid froze, staring at Harry with wide eyes. There's no magic stone hidden there, so don't take the risk. 35. Luan and Hermione heard the alchemy stone and looked up at Hagrid, who had covered his mouth. Did not say anything? Nicolame? 55. I think I've heard this name somewhere. On the way back, Harry couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as they said one sentence, Hagrid explained everything at once, and in Hagrid's mouth, the Philosopher's Stone belonged to Nicolame. And Nicolame made the elixir of immortality by relying on that magic stone. Nicolame seems to be a friend of Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione, who was walking behind, whispered to Luan. The two of them would go around the Forbidden Books area when they were free, and Hermione had just read the biography of Nicolame. But why put the Philosopher's Stone in the basement and let the 3-headed dog guard it? She doesn't understand. Do you remember Professor Quirrell we saw that night? Luan pondered for a while and said. He was very interested in the elixir of the Philosopher's Stone. Nicole May, who made this potion and things like the Philosopher's Stone, is also a legend. You mean, Professor Quirrell wants to get the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione remembered. Maybe a senior wants to? 35. Luan muttered. If remember correctly, Voldemort needed the power of the Philosopher's Stone to restore his body. Looking at Harry, who was still thinking hard in front of him, Hermione told him that he might as well go to the forbidden area and look for it. Then the two separated at the fork in the road. He promised Hermione to go on a date yesterday, and as for the afternoon class on magic history, he would just skip class. He brought Slytherin enough to dunk anyway. On the edge of Black Lake, Luan was lying on the lawn, looking at Hermione, who was studying with Hagrid's manuscript, speechless. I skipped class to date you, and you're here reading the manuscript? In Hagrid's manuscript is too detailed for magical creatures. Although the characters in this manuscript are a bit ugly, they can still be read. Hermione turned her head to see Luan, who was half squinting at her. It was only then that she remembered that the two were on a date. Are you angry? The girl raised her lips and asked. It's one word. Luan hadn't finished speaking when he saw Hermione leaning over directly, brown curly hair tickling across his cheeks. Split in a split second. Can you do it again? Luan touched his lips and chuckled softly. Just think about it. Hermione's good-looking brown eyes were smiling. The ripples of the lake water rippled, and owls cut through the blue sky and flew to the distance to deliver letters. The dating time always passed quickly. After the two held hands and circled around the Black Lake, the night had replaced the setting sun. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, what do you want? When the stairs parted, Hermione suddenly took a step back, watching the Luan garden approaching vigilantly. Think. Luan took a step forward. This time Hermione didn't step back. Their foreheads touched, and the scent of curly jasmine flowers wrapped around the tip of his nose. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Hermione blushed and ran away. Looking at the fleeing back, Luan laughed. The paintings hanging high on the wall also looked at this side curiously and gave their blessings one after another. After separating from Hermione, Luan walked down the stairs to the Slytherin lounge 1 floor below. On the way, he also met Peeves, who was pranking the mural with a paintbrush. Go away, you nasty Peeves. Ha ha ha, today I must draw a few scars on your face. Peeves laughed arrogantly, looked at the panicked girl in the painting, and sarcastically said, Where do you think you can go? About Peeves' bad pranks, even the first-year students who just joined know. Therefore, ordinary little wizards usually walk around when they see Peeves, for fear that they will be targeted by this annoying ghost. But Luan is different. Since the last time he used illusion, Peeves has always run away when he sees him. Footsteps were noticeable in the silent staircase, and Luan smiled as he watched the mischievous Peeves in midair. Red-eyed Luan. At this time, Peeves also found Luan, who was standing below looking at it, and it exclaimed with wide eyes. Then, under the surprised gaze of the girl in the painting, Peeves burrowed into the wall. It was the first time she had seen the lawless skin 623 skin devil look like this. Unexpectedly, apart from the Bloody Barrow and Dumbledore, it also has feared people. Thank you, little wizard. The girl in the painting performs an aristocratic ritual towards Luan. Nothing. Luan shook his head, then turned away. He didn't expect that the last illusion would bring such a big shadow to Peeves. When they arrived in the dormitory, Malfoy and Crabbe had not returned yet. They should be talking about family ideals with the pureblood wizards in the hall. Luan took off his wizard robe and put it on the hanger, picked up a Lockhart book and sat on the bed. He looked at the biography and quietly waited for the return of the frog cub. It was almost 11 o'clock. A crisp frog croaking sounded in the dormitory, and Luan quickly turned his head to look. The frog cub, which has not been seen for a long time, finally came back with something. He placed the food prepared in advance in front of the worm nest, and then rubbed the frog cub's head with his index finger. Cuck. Shing dab is hard work. 95. The frog cub put the lotus leaf hat on the table and did not start to eat, but untied the package behind him and placed it in front of Luan. This is? 39. Lu En looked curiously at what was in the backpack. It was an octagonal stone charm with a pattern similar to a horse's head carved on it. This is the 12 spells of the Lord. Lu En opened his eyes wide, remembering the origin of these spells. But what power does the horse charm represent? The only thing he could remember at the moment was a dog spell representing immortality. Few of the abilities of other spells are remembered. The horse spell of the 12 spells, a special product from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. Effect: the horse charm represents healing and restoration. It can enable the holder to remove all abnormal effects caused by external forces in the body, and at the same time ensure that they will not be corroded by external forces. Usage: if you don't have the dragon body of the Holy Lord, you can choose to make it into a pendant and wear it. Healing all diseases? Lu En wondered why he thought of his own motion sickness side effects. After all, motion sickness is an external force, and I don't know if it can be cured. Leaving aside other abilities, the horse talisman's ability is simply a magical skill, and it can cure any disease, even if you have cancer. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will definitely cause a strong sensation. No one wants to get sick, no matter what it is. Lu En held the horse charm in his hand, and suddenly, the charm in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, he felt that his body seemed to be a lot more transparent. I was treated? Lu En was stunned. Why didn't he know what was wrong with him? Is it a symptom of motion sickness? Lu En wanted to try it, but the magic broom was not kept in the bedroom. And it's time for a quiet school outside, so there's no reason to go to a special test. Forget it. Try it on the lawn tomorrow morning. Lu En muttered to himself. At this moment, Malfoy and Crabbe walked in with smiling faces. Lu En took a look and stopped paying attention. A poor man who was deceived by a man. Speaking of which, Harry seems to be trying to turn Malfoy into a woman? Thinking of this, Lu En couldn't help but glance at Malfoy. Guess it's a blonde dog. So weird, so weird. Tomorrow night, Harry is asking me to go on a date in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor. Malfoy boasted with excitement. This dorm is Lu En except for Crabbe, so obviously Malfoy wasn't talking to Crabbe. Showing off to me? Lu En used his wand to conjure a suitable rope for the horse charm and put it around his neck. Good luck to you and Harry. Remember not to get caught by Filch. Lu En lightly sent sincere wishes to his good friend. Harry really does nothing. Look what Malfoy has been fooled into. He thought to himself. Don't worry, I have figured out Filch's trajectory in advance. He will not catch the two of us. Malfoy said confidently. Lu En yawned, then touched the frog cub who was sleeping after eating. It seems that since he came to Hogwarts, what frog it has brought back has become more and more valuable. Just like this horse charm in his hand. If it is true that all diseases can be cured, then the wizards who have become werewolves. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu En's mouth twitched. As long as he treats those werewolves well, he can definitely gain a lot of followers. You must know that there are so many werewolves forced to become werewolves in this world that the werewolves who have no money to buy wolf poison medicine can only suffer. But rich werewolves are still a minority. Lu En has plans for the future. Not long after, the empty notebook was filled with words. This way, this way. In the blue sky, 2 figures were chasing closely. Lu En half squinted his eyes and looked at the petite figure in front of him. I don't feel it anymore. No dizziness at all. Sure enough, as he expected, the horse charm has completely cured his problem. The strong wind blew Miss Hermione's brown hair in a ponytail, and Lu En followed closely behind the girl. The weather was perfect, and today was another weekend off, so the two of them came here to practice the flying spell. Clearly, after so many days of hard work, Hermione's flying charm was very proficient. Call. As the broom landed, Hermione immediately jumped off the broom and looked at Lu En, who landed behind her with joy. How about it? Lu En also came down, put the broom away, and asked Hermione. You didn't catch up to me just now. Hermione's mouth curled in response. The meaning to be expressed is very obvious. Her flying spell is stronger than Lu En. Your flying spell is better than mine. Lu En didn't refute either, shrugged and followed Hermione's words with a smile. Lu En. Suddenly a voice in the sky was calling his name. Lou and Hermione raised their heads, and in the dazzling sunlight, Fred and George were flying over in their Quidditch uniforms. Why did the two of them come here? Hermione murmured a little emotionally. The rare two-person world was destroyed like this. Miss Granger was in a very depressed mood. Lou glanced at Hermione, who was a little regretful, and reached out and clasped her little hand together. What's the matter with the two of them? 35 Lou comforted. It should be the card issue of the store. After asking, let's go to the Black Lake to take a boat. 99. By boat? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, and before she could ask, the Weasley brothers had arrived. What's the matter with you two? Lou said and raised two interlocking hands. The meaning is obvious. It's a card. Fred shook his head helplessly. Fred and George would like to ask if they always look so sweet every time they see them. Won't they get tired of this? And what does it mean when these two people look disgusted? George took out a card with a green skin orc and handed it to Lou. The two of us even ran away from Wood's training, just to tell you about it. 55. Fred raised his wand and tapped the card. Soon, a green orc with a wooden stick appeared in the air and let out a roar. We specifically found the dubbing of the troll, and it seems to work pretty well. Are you all done? Lou looked at this card curiously. Both the drawing and the dubbing were perfect. If this set is made, then it can be sold. The first set is naturally Dumbledore's. No, we have only researched this one in the past 2 days, and it is still far from it. 35. Fred shook his head and explained. Because it takes a long time to find the material for painting and dubbing, but if you find it the first time, the second time will be much more convenient. It will take about half a year to complete that set. 99. George took over and continued. Half a year? I didn't expect that the workload would be so large. After all, he didn't participate in the production. Come on, you two. Lou thought for a while and then said, in terms of price, try to lower it as much as possible. After all, there are not many rich little wizards in Hogwarts. It would be nice to have 1 gold galleon for 1 month's pocket money. As for Harry, it was purely a family legacy. No one else can compare. After sending off the two twins, Lou pulled Hermione to the edge of the Black Lake and found an idle wooden boat. Didn't you always want to take a boat? Let's try it both. Lou said and walked into the boat under Hermione's suspicious eyes. The boat swayed around on the sea, making a circle of ripples. Seek flowers 0. Aren't you seasick? Hermione asked with wide eyes. Mingming was seasick and trainsick at first, and that appearance was not at all pretended to be. How is this going? She also followed into the boat, and the two sat facing each other. Seeing Hermione's beautiful eyes squinting involuntarily, Lou reached out and took out the horse charm on his neck. It was just a spell, and Hermione was the person he trusted the most, so there was nothing he couldn't say. Can cure all diseases? Hermione immediately opened her eyes in wonder after listening to Lou's explanation. Does this little charm actually have such great power? Certainly, my seasickness was cured by it. Lou put the horse charm back. But I need to wear it all the time, otherwise I will still faint. After hearing Lou's words, Hermione was a little moved. With the cleverness of Miss Hermione, she also knew what kind of uproar this horse spell would cause when it spread to the outside world. But Lou didn't have any shyness about her at all, and directly told her all his abilities. Thinking of this, she hesitated, then got up and sat in Lou's arms, her small head resting on his shoulders. Lou didn't resist either, hugged her waist directly, and lay down in the boat. The two of them just lay quietly on the boat floating on the water, looking at the blue sky. When Lou returned to the Slytherin's lounge, Malfoy was about to go out. Are you going on a date with Harry? Lou asked curiously. She asked me to meet on the 3rd floor tonight. Malfoy said, suppressing the joy in his heart. I feel like she's interested in me. It's just too many people last time, Harry, sorry. 35. Looking at Malfoy full of fighting spirit, Lou was speechless. Good luck tonight. What can he say? He can only offer his own blessings to his friends. Shaking his head, he ignored Malfoy and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Malfoy and Harry, who had just arrived, were discovered by the patrolling Professor McGonagall before they could say a word. The tragic two received a punishment notice from Professor McGonagall, and a week later they were to help Hagrid with matters in the Forbidden Forest. Lewin doesn't know these things. When he returned that night, Malfoy had no sadness on his face, just a smile. He also thought that Harry had really agreed to Malfoy's request. If it wasn't for the next day's table, Harley, who had not changed back, said this matter with a sullen face. "A few friends don't know yet. Why are you all so gloating?" Harry suddenly discovered that, aside from Ronald's somewhat ambiguous eyes, the young couple Lou-Anne and Hermione were completely gloating. "No, 623 is a pair," Harry thought angrily. "The two of us aren't gloating." Lou-Anne defended himself and his little girlfriend. "So you're still going to see Malfoy like this in a week?" "Of course I have to become like this, otherwise how can I lie to that B************ D Malfoy?" These words attracted Ronald from the side. "I disagree, it's too dangerous." Hermione and Lou-Anne both looked at Ronald, who protested. "Isn't this Harry's business? How come Ronald protested?" Even Harry didn't understand. I just think that one man and one woman are in the Forbidden Forest. Not good?" Seeing several people looking at him, Ronald's voice became smaller and smaller, until finally there was almost no voice. "You don't really think of me as a woman, I'm a man." 35 Harry gave Ronald a speechless look. With the emerald green eyes and Lily's very similar face, Ronald lowered his head, blushing for a while. No. He loudly covered his panic. "Damn, how did my good brother become so charming? Even Lou-Anne is a little weird. Lily's lethality is so great, whether it's Snape, James, Malfoy, or even Ronald has fallen." Looking at the face that Lewin didn't think was amazing, he fell into silence for a while. Maybe his aesthetic is special? With that in mind, he turned to look at Hermione, who was eating, his cheeks bulging like a cute hamster. Heartfelt feeling. "Just in case, let's go with Harry and the others." 35. Ronald wanted to pull Lou-Anne into the water with Hermione to make a cover for himself. "I'll go when Lewin goes." Hermione replied lightly. Isn't it a night tour? She didn't know how many times she ran out with Lewin. Forbidden Forest. Lewin thought for a while, then nodded and agreed. "Then let's go together. I just wanted to go inside and take a look." Like catching an eight-eyed spider to get some venom. He had seen it in Borgin's shop at first, and a small bottle of venom could be sold for 20 gold galleons. And recently Hagrid's little fire dragon is about to hatch. Coming out," Ronald exclaimed. "I'm coming." Harry squeezed in too, his eyes staring at the eggshell that had some cracks. Hermione and Lou-Anne sat opposite the table, also looking at the fire dragon egg ready to crack with curious eyes. Creak. With a crisp sound, Hagrid's heart was lifted, for fear of something unexpected. Soon, the eggshell was pushed open, and a small bat-like fire dragon broke out of the shell. "It's a Norwegian ridgeback." Hermione's brown eyes lit up, and she said the fire dragon's scientific name. Knowledgeable girls are naturally the most attractive. Even Hagrid praised, not many little witches like to learn about magical creatures nowadays. Hagrid stretched out his hands to pick up the newborn little guy, but the little fire dragon coughed, and a small flame burst out of its mouth instantly. "My beard." 9. Hagrid exclaimed and slapped the flames out of his beard. "It's too dangerous, isn't it?" Ronald exclaimed. A newly born fire dragon has such power, not to mention growing up later. "This dragon is absolutely not allowed at Hogwarts. You have to know that, Hagrid." Lou-Anne reminded a little while looking at Hagrid's happy expression. "I promise it won't hurt," Hagrid muttered softly. No one can guarantee that, can they? Even Ronald couldn't agree with Hagrid's idea. Then throw it into the Forbidden Forest and raise it. Harry couldn't bear to see Hagrid sad, and hurriedly proposed a solution. A childish idea. Within a month of throwing a fire dragon into the Forbidden Forest, the entire Forbidden Forest is estimated to be devoid of many creatures. Hermione retorted. But speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others suddenly remembered that they had to go to the Forbidden Area to help Hagrid handle things. A unicorn died recently. Come in with me to investigate. 9. Speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid told them what to do. The dragon will be discovered by Dumbledore sooner or later. After coming out of Hagrid's hut, Hermione said to Lou-en, "Don't worry, instead of raising a fire dragon here, it's better to send it to where it should go." Lou-en said, "Raising a dragon at Hogwarts is a fantasy." As long as the news got out, Hogwarts would be buried in a flood of parental letters within a day. After all, no one wants their child's school to have a brutal Norwegian ridgeback. The week is coming up soon. Tonight was the day Harry and Malfoy were taken to the Forbidden Forest for punishment. Hagrid's little dragon was eventually discovered by Dumbledore, who came to visit. Dumbledore found Charlie, Ronald's brother, and asked him to take the dragon Norbert to Rome. Hagrid struggled with this for days. At night, Filch's torture chamber. "Come on, you two little wizards from a private meeting at night." Filch walked towards Hagrid's hut with Harley and Malfoy, who had come to be punished together. If it were before, the two of you would have been hanged upside down on the city wall for a whole night. Filch sneered. "But not now, Mr. Filch," Malfoy retorted very politely. And Harry followed behind with a complicated expression. She felt sick seeing Malfoy like this now. Evil. And Malfoy, who was walking in front, felt Harry's gaze, and the smile on the corner of his mouth grew even wider. "She is looking at me. I have to do well." "Hagrid, the two of them will be handed over to you." In front of Hagrid's hut, Filch brought Harry and Malfoy to Hagrid and sneered. "It's really cheap for the two of you to go to the Forbidden Forest." After speaking, ignoring Hagrid's startled eyes, Filch limped and left. Hagrid looked at Harry with his head down, not knowing what to say for a while. "Harry? This little witch is Harry?" Hagrid couldn't believe his eyes. Lewin had already reminded him just now in the house, so that he should not be too surprised. Hagrid didn't think so at the time. And now, "Harry!" Hagrid gave a tentative cry. Harry nodded helplessly. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked at the mutual greeting between the two with some doubts. How did Hagrid meet Harry? Yo, isn't that Malfoy 5? At this time, the door of the hut was open 13, and Lewin came out with a cup of hot sugar-sweetened coffee. Behind him was Miss Granger, who was inseparable from him. "Gerald, why are you here?" 35. Malfoy asked incredulously. "Shouldn't Luen go to bed at this time?" "I'm afraid something is wrong with the two of you, so come out and see. Well, we're out on a date." Seeing Malfoy's suspicious gaze, Luen simply switched to a reliable lie. And Hermione came softly behind him with a small foot. "Irregular," she muttered softly. And Malfoy nodded understandingly after hearing this reason. In the middle of the night, she also showed up here with Hermione, who would believe it if it wasn't a date. "Wait, why is Weasley here?" Malfoy stared at Ronald, who came out of the hut, and exclaimed, "Why can't I be here?" Ronald grimaced at Malfoy and walked over to Harry. Looking at Ronald next to Harry, Malfoy understood. This is to snatch someone from him. Malfoy's people are also you Weasley can grab? Malfoy's eyes suddenly turned unkind. "Weasley, don't think I can't do anything about you." He let out harsh words. "You have said this many times, 5. But you didn't make it once." Ronald wrinkled his nose to fight Malfoy. Luen and Hermione chose not to help anyone, drank coffee on their own, and talked about how to use magic spells. As if it was a date. Harry glanced at Malfoy maliciously, with a calm expression on his face. In the palm of her hand there is also a bottle of the Fountain of Motherhood that Lewin gave her. That was for Malfoy tonight. Just let him take the chance and appoint no Malfoy good fruit to eat. Seeing that the situation was not right, Hagrid quickly interrupted the confrontation between Ronald and Malfoy. "Both of you give me some restraint." 9. Hagrid blew his beard and stared at the two little wizards. "It's really frustrating." "Okay, you guys are going to the Forbidden Forest with me in several groups. This is a dangerous thing, and you can't be careless." Hagrid warned several people. The moment they entered the Forbidden Forest, they could encounter danger anytime, anywhere. So, something happened calling my name out. Because there are many forks in the Forbidden Forest, several of them need to divide into teams to patrol. Prevent other outsiders or little wizards from entering the Forbidden Forest. And Hagrid patrols it every night. The team was quickly divided. Hermione naturally followed Luen, and Harry, who was ready to fight Malfoy, naturally joined him. In the end, only Ronald and Hagrid were left. Luengeo took Hermione with an oil lamp and chose the leftmost road to patrol. The bright moonlight fell on the weedy path, the shadows of the branches with their claws looked gloomy. The dim lights illuminated the surrounding environment, and a cold wind blew from time to time. "Come on, there's nothing dangerous around here." Luen, who was walking in front, quietly opened his riding wheel and said to Hermione, who was holding the corner of his shirt behind him. It was also the first time he came to the Forbidden Forest, so he had to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment so that he would not get lost if he came back later. As for whether or not to meet the eight-eyed spider this time, it all depends on luck. After all, Hagrid wouldn't be stupid enough to place the eight-eyed spider on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. That is to say, the group of spiders is most likely deep in the Forbidden Forest. What is this? Hermione suddenly made a discovery, and she asked Luen, pointing to the ground in the distance. What? Luen also saw something liquid-like on the ground in the distance. It was only after the two walked in that they discovered that it was a pool of viscous silver-white liquid, which was very mysterious and pure in the projection of the moonlight. Hermione crouched down curiously, ready to touch it with her fingers. "Don't move, that's unicorn blood." Luen hurriedly stopped Hermione's movements. "Unicorn blood?" Hearing this, she retracted the fingers she was about to touch and turned to look at Luen, who was also squatting down. Who would hurt a unicorn? Regarding unicorns, Hermione once saw an introduction in Magic Creatures. It was a very beautiful magical creature, representing nobility, pride, and purity. But their blood has a deadly curse, and any creature that eats the blood of a unicorn will be cursed with life rather than death. Let's follow the blood trail to see. Seeing these blood, Luen already had guesses in his heart. Isn't it his dear Senior Tom who is now relying on the blood of unicorns to continue his life? Under the reflection of the moonlight, the blood of the unicorn emits a crystal silver light, so it is easy to judge the direction of the unicorn's departure. Yeah. Hermione nodded and followed Luen deep into the Forbidden Forest without any hesitation. As it went deeper, the blood that splattered became more and more dense, and there were surrounding branches and leaves. Hagrid. At this moment, the two suddenly heard a panicked and sharp female voice. There was only one woman left in the team besides Hermione. Harry. The two looked at each other and hurriedly ran towards Harry's voice. Unexpectedly, Harry finally ran into Senior Tom. Luen pulled out his wand as he trotted, just in time to try the newly learned gouging out the bone charm. He needs Senior Tom's guidance now. After passing through the dense jungle, with the guidance of silver-white blood, there is a wide plain in front. The arrogant and pure white unicorn was lying weakly on the muddy mud ground at this time, and the hair on its body was dirty mud except for the silvery white blood. Luen followed his gaze and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The blonde Malfoy was sitting on Harry's body with a face full of embarrassment at this time, holding her tightly. Did these two play so much? Luen was in doubt. This wave of Harley is not a person, but has she put herself in? Hermione, who was beside her, quickly covered her eyes and hid behind Luen. No, I really know I. The two men hit Hermione as much as her points were deducted. Oh, two more little mice. A hoarse and hoarse voice sounded like a snake, and this voice made people shudder in the dark, as if it was being stared at by a poisonous snake. The sudden voice immediately caught the attention of the two of them. On the other side of the unicorn, a mysterious man hidden in a black robe was holding a wand and aiming at the two of them. Oh, so Senior Tom is here too? It was really too dark just now, and Senior Tom was standing in a dark corner wearing a black robe. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. You two run, he'll gouge out the bones. Harry shouted loudly towards Luen, and the two anxiously. Crap is a dark wizard who can't use piercing. Even he will. Luen is also unequivocal, and the wand in his hand is aimed at Professor Quirrell, who is possessed by Senior Tom. Do you want to fight me? There was a hint of sarcasm in the cold voice. Voldemort had just absorbed the blood of the unicorn now, and his vitality had recovered a little. Although Dumbledore couldn't beat him, there was still no problem with the little wizards in front of him. Even Hagrid can fight. Avada Kedavra. With a wealth of experience, Voldemort took the lead, and the green light shot from the tip of the Alder Wand, flying towards Lou-En at great speed. Iron Armor Curse, Point 1. Hermione was about to release the spell, but Lou-En pulled him aside. The green light hit the ground, blasting a small hole. The Iron Armor Curse can't stop Avada's life. Lou-En said something to Hermione. Because the life-suppressing curse itself has the irresistible characteristics, it can only be avoided through the cover of the entity. After listening to Lou-En's whispered explanation, a cold sweat appeared on Hermione's forehead. Without Lou-En, she didn't dare to think about the rest. Lou-En looked at Quirrell, who had the ultimate move as soon as he shot, and obviously felt the other party's anxiety. If he dragged on like this, when Hagrid found out what was going on here, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Gouging out the bone. Quirrell's eyes widened, and under Voldemort's direction, raising his hand was an unforgivable spell. The target this time was not Lou-En, but the little girl who was a little panicked beside him. As for Malfoy and Harry lying on the ground, he didn't seem to be afraid. Because just now, Malfoy sacrificed himself to resist a heart-piercing curse for Harley, and Harley under him was affected. Just because these little wizards can't resist a heart-piercing spell, although the time he casts the spell is only 2 seconds, it is enough for the two of them to feel good. Gouging out the bone. Pulling up Hermione and hiding behind the tree trunk next to him, Lou-En was not polite and returned the gouging curse to Quirrell. Hermione next to him opened his mouth slightly and looked at his little boyfriend in disbelief. How could this kid, Lou-En, have such a high level of black magic? Both Voldemort and Hermione thought at the same time. You must know that even Quirrell spent a long time under his guidance to learn the 3 black magic. But the boy in front of him. Get out of the way, you idiot. Voldemort, who was hiding in the back of his head, widened his eyes, using Quirrell's point of view to see the crucifixion rushing towards him. The 3 unforgivable curses can be avoided as long as the reaction speed is fast enough. Under Voldemort's hands-on teaching, Quirrell rolled aside in confusion. The bright moonlight shone down. Neither of the two parties could do anything to the other. Try this. Lou-En saw that he couldn't hit Quirrell 2 or 3 times, so he had no choice but to put his wand into his pocket. Thunder Dragon's Fangtianji sounded softly. Then, under Hermione's astonished gaze, a circular golden magic circle beautifully engraved with unknown runes appeared out of thin air on Lou-En's palm. Thunder and lightning gathered together, and after a while, the lightning flashed, and the very dazzling Fangtianji appeared in Lou-En's hand. I don't believe it, you can dodge the speed of lightning. Lou-En stared at the black robe Quirrell covered in dirt, and the Fangtianji in his hand slowly aimed at him. What a curse! Hermione muttered to herself from the side. The light of Thunder Dragon Fangtianji was very conspicuous in the dark forbidden forest, and Quirrell saw it at a glance. Master, what kind of magic is that? He was shocked to ask the knowledgeable Senior Tom, but even Senior Tom fell into silence. You ask him? How did he know? Even the well-informed Voldemort didn't know what to say for a while. The kind of splendid magic circle and the means of casting spells that do not require a wand at all, he has never heard of or seen. Retreat. After the silence, Voldemort gave Quirrell an order. His senses were frantically telling him that the oddly shaped weapon was full of danger. It's the Master. Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly prepared to use the vanishing spell to get out of here. Apparition can't be used in Hogwarts, otherwise Quirrell would have run away. The corner of Lou-En's mouth twitched as he watched Quirrell pick up the wand and chanted the spell, and the Thunder Dragon Fangtianji was thrown towards the opposite side fiercely. A golden light pierced the silent and dark woods. Come on, idiot. Watching the thunder light, Voldemort shouted anxiously. Yes. Quirrell was sweating profusely, and the thunder light made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. At the last minute, the vanishing curse was activated, but unfortunately, the thunder was coming. boom one by one. The huge sound was deafening, and under the gaze of Luan's riding wheel, he could clearly see the gushing blood evaporated and dissipated in the thunder and lightning. A huge amount of dust was raised, and a huge semicircular deep pit appeared on the ground, and the tree trunks in the pit were twisted with wires of electric arcs. Luan rubbed his sore wrist, observed it, and then closed the riding wheel. In the end, Quirrell was allowed to run away. And Hermione's brown eyes stared at Luan as if glowing, not saying a word. And Harry supported Malfoy riding on her, and his mind fell into a shutdown. That hair just now was simply too terrifying for her. "Harry!" A rough voice broke the silence. "Wait for me." Hagrid ran over with an oil lamp in a panic, and Ronald followed closely behind him. After the two people came to the open space, they were sluggish for a while. The dead unicorn was lying on the muddy ground, and there was a deep pit full of tree debris not far away, and Harry was sitting on the ground holding Malfoy. It's as if she was frightened. "My Merlin, what exactly happened here?" Hagrid's lips trembled, and he spat out a few words in disbelief. What exactly exists in this forbidden forest can cause such destructive power? "Hagrid, go check on Malfoy first." Luan squeezed Hermione's little hand beside her, realizing that she should not talk nonsense. Then the two walked up to Hagrid and said, "Malfoy has been crawling on Harry's body since he just came, and has been in a coma until now." "That's right, look at Malfoy first." At this time, Harry also came back to his senses and hurriedly carried Malfoy up. Although he was also affected by the heart attack, the pain has disappeared long ago. On the contrary, the situation of Malfoy, who blocked the heart-piercing 627 gouging out for him, was not optimistic. Harry carried Malfoy to Hagrid's side. If it wasn't for Malfoy, she would have been tortured to death by Voldemort, who had been thinking about killing her. Although Harley becomes a girl, the bond between her and Voldemort will not be interrupted. "Come on, let's go to the school doctor's office." Watching Malfoy's faint breathing, Hagrid hurriedly turned around and carried him out of the forbidden forest. A few people followed closely behind. Don't worry, the heart-piercing curse didn't last too long, and it is estimated that it will recover after a while. Madame Pomfrey took out a bottle of potion and put it on the table, then turned her head and said to a few people, "That's good." Dumbledore, who came to ask the question, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he turned his head to look at the group of 4 behind him. When he saw Harry, he was obviously stunned, but he didn't ask anything. But who would use the unforgivable charm in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid frowned. You must know that he has been patrolling the Forbidden Forest for so many years, but he has never encountered an attack. It was a man in a black robe. Unfortunately, I didn't see what he looked like. Luan spoke quietly at this time. However, when Hermione and I rushed over, he was drinking unicorn blood. Blood of unicorns? Hagrid couldn't help shaking his tall body. Obviously, he knew the curse of blood too. And Dumbledore, who was wearing a plain white robe and pajamas, had a guess in his heart. I didn't expect that it would become dependent on the blood of unicorns to survive. That mysterious man was driven away by the two of you? 99. Dumbledore's wise eyes turned to Luan and Hermione. Probably ran after hearing Hagrid's voice. Luan lied softly. This is the only reason that is reliable at present. As for the violence and not being exposed, who would believe that a child can have such a powerful power? Come on, Hagrid, let's go to the Forbidden Forest. 35. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore left with Hagrid. You 4 go back to the dormitory and sleep. Dumbledore gave an order before leaving. The next morning, the owls flew from the blue sky and flew into the auditorium of Hogwarts one after another. My owl brought me a copy of the Daily Prophet. Clever Hermione didn't ask what happened last night. Everyone has their own little secret. Harry, on the other hand, looked at Luan with a hesitant expression. He also didn't know whether he should ask about what happened yesterday, Dab. After all, the golden thunder light yesterday was too shocking. You can't learn the magic spell I researched by myself. Luan took a sip of milk chocolate and said something to Harry. What spell? Ronald asked curiously. He had been fishing with Hagrid last night, so he had no idea what was going on. Anyway, when he passed by, he saw Malfoy lying on the ground with Harry in his arms. At that time, his heart was full of complexity, and he didn't know whether it was envy or jealousy. Nothing. Harry shook his head perfunctorily. You really did your own research? But Hermione leaned over and whispered in her ear. Snape can research Chiffon Wuying. Why can't I research thunder magic? Lewin said, pinching Hermione's little nose in dissatisfaction. You look down on me? 35. No. Hermione quickly broke free and sat back in her seat honestly. Picked up the Daily Prophet sent by his owl and read it. Because every morning was so boring, she simply subscribed to a weekly newspaper to read and learn more about the magic world. Looking at her, I saw a report occupying the center. There were wizards fighting in Nocturne Alley at night, and 2 buildings collapsed. She read it out quietly. Nocturne Alley? Wizard fight? Lou-Anne approached Hermione curiously. A scent tickled the tip of his nose, and he couldn't help resting his head on Hermione's shoulder. A pair of pale blue eyes followed Hermione at the report. Just looking at him felt wrong. Why does the photo in this newspaper look so familiar? Opposite seems to be Borkin's store. Feeling the heat from her neck, Hermione rubbed Lewin's head with her head. However, it was firmly caught by Lewin. Don't move, it affects my reading of the newspaper. Hearing this, Hermione puffed up her cheeks involuntarily. This is my newspaper. Lewin also realized that something was wrong at this time. Isn't this where he was attacked by the werewolf last time? The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic also went to the scene to investigate. Lou-Anne blew the brown curls that fell to the tip of his nose, looking thoughtful. The Aurors couldn't find him anyway, because he had never used a wand outside, nor could the tracer wire find him. Don't blow your breath. Hermione ripped Lewin's head off in dissatisfaction and tidied up the messed-up hair. Her cheeks were a little hot. And Harry and Ronald, who felt a little out of sight, were bowing their heads and discussing what to do with Malfoy. Harry finally gave up taking revenge on Malfoy. After all, Malfoy also blocked a crucifixion for him in the Forbidden Forest. It would be a bit inhumane to retaliate in this way. After eating, the two left the table, trying to stay away from the 2 showy couples, Hermione and Lewin. The time is approaching the end of the first semester, and all the little wizards are ready to start reviewing. Even Hermione is no exception. In the past few days, I didn't even go to the Black Lake. Every day, I took Lou-Anne to the library to review a lot of knowledge and asked Lewin to teach her on site. After all, Lewin's knowledge of spells, potions, and metamorphosis has always been well received by all professors. Even Professor Flitwick couldn't help but want to pass the pre-assessment for him after seeing Lewin's spell. And Professor McGonagall's transformation class has arranged the final homework, turning a little mouse into a teapot. As long as the transformation is perfect, it is a full score. It's a pity that Hermione's shape-shifting spell has some small problems. She always has an ear or a tail in the teapot, which makes the girl a bit irritable recently. You are so stupid. Lou-Anne glanced at the teapot that was running around on the ground with 4 legs and was speechless. Why is Hermione's sensory polymorphism getting worse? Sorry, can you please stop talking? Hermione irritably put her head on Lewin's chest, who was holding her. If your hands hadn't moved, I'd have succeeded. 9. As she said that, she also showed her tiger teeth and threatened. If you're moving around, I'll bite your hand. Childish. Lewin is too lazy to care about Hermione anyway. He feels very comfortable with a pillow like Hermione in winter. I really want to sleep with me at night. Speaking of, it seems that there is a room of requirement in Hogwarts, in which the desired room can be changed according to the requirements of the demander. Why don't you go check it out tonight? He remembered that the room seemed to be across from a portrait of a troll, but he couldn't help it, and he couldn't remember it clearly after too long. When Lou-Anne told Hermione about it, the girl immediately gave up her spell to turn a mouse into a teapot. Is there any place like this at Hogwarts? She asked in surprise that she had lived here for 3 or 4 months, and she thought that the 2 of them had already explored the entire Hogwarts. As a result, I heard that there is also such a thing as a room of requirement. I heard what Peeve said. Lu-en threw the pot directly on Peeves. How about it? Do you want to go with me tonight? After all, Peeves has lived here for nearly 1,000 years, and it is not impossible to know some secrets that ordinary people don't know. Not to mention that Peeves may also be a Hogwarts elf. Maybe even Dumbledore didn't know the castle as well as Peeves. I will go with you. Hermione agreed without hesitation. As for whether to deduct points or not, it doesn't matter to her anymore. As long as she doesn't get fired, anything will do. No way, after Harry didn't use the fountain, Snape deducted Gryffindor's points even more severely, and even Professor McGonagall was surprised by this. There was no way, after all, after seeing the face that looked like Lily, it suddenly changed back to James' face, so Snape didn't get angry. Night falls. Inside the Slytherin's lounge. Since Malfoy's injury is not yet healed, Crabbe goes to take care of him. In other words, there was only Lu-en in the entire dormitory. At 12 o'clock, as agreed with Hermione, Lu-en put on his robes and walked from the basement to the 3rd floor. The place where the two met was in the restricted area on the 3rd floor. When Lu-en arrived, he saw Hermione crouching behind the pillar as if watching something. He walked over slowly, reaching out to touch the top of Hermione's head. Hermione, on the other hand, was taken aback and turned around immediately. Are you trying to scare me to death? After seeing that it was Lu-en, Hermione patted her chest and complained. Feeling still a little angry, he tapped his chest lightly with his small fist. Remember to call me by my name next time you come over. What are you looking at, looking so seriously? Lu-en held Hermione's hammered little hand with a smile, and then clasped the two hands together. Hermione's preoccupied look just now was clearly observing something. Otherwise, it is impossible not to hear his footsteps. After all, Hermione is also a rather exciting girl. It's Harry and Ronald and Neville. Hermione said this, extending her finger to the area ahead. It was a closed door. Lu-en looked over curiously. The Gryffindor trio seemed to be hesitating to enter. Behind that door is a 3-headed dog. He has some impressions. Originally, I wanted to come here to watch, but then there was something to be done and I didn't come. I'm thinking, what are they doing here in the middle of the night? Hermione said, staring at the trio, turning her face to Lu-en. However, before he could finish speaking, his lips felt wet. She quickly covered her mouth and turned to look at Lu-en. What are you doing? Can't help it. Lu-en chuckled. It was a rare encounter with an unsuspecting Miss Granger, and I couldn't help it. Flowers 0. Hermione didn't blush too much this time. After all, some things get used to after a lot of times. Don't do it to me next time without my consent, mouth. She warned softly. Look, the 3 of them entered the house. Lu-en quickly changed the subject. Really? Hermione pursed her lips, then turned to look at the room. The house had been opened, and the 3 figures of Harry had disappeared. Let's go, let's watch too. Lu-en took Hermione's little hand and walked over with her. Hermione was wearing Gryffindor's robes this evening, and in the moonlight, their hands were hidden in their sleeves. Is this Lu-en? In the room, in addition to a sleeping huge 3-headed dog, there is also a harp that has been cast an automatic spell. There's an open secret door there, Hermione whispered. Following his gaze, Lu-en saw the opened wooden door at a glance. The 3 of them, Harry, had just entered. And many more. Just as Hermione was about to enter, Lu-en reached out to stop her. Under the suspicious brown eyes, Lu-en took out a packet of rice balls from the different space. Hermione knew this delicious rice ball, and they ate it together on the first train ride. But what are you going to do with the rice balls? She was a little puzzled. I saw Lu-en threw the rice ball into Lu-wei's huge mouth and then digested the rice ball with his wand. Then he stopped the harp that he had been playing. Without the music, it'll wake up. Hermione quickly pulled Lu-en to jump into the secret door. Don't worry, just watch me perform. Lu-en grabbed Hermione and laughed. Without the music, Lu-wei shook his head and quickly woke up. Roar! After seeing that the territory was occupied by 2 little wizards, its 3 violent heads let out a roar. Stop calling! Lu-en tentatively gave the order. As he expected, the 3-headed dog who ate the rice ball immediately stopped howling. Turn around. Hermione was stunned as she watched Lu-wei, who followed the order and started to circle around him. How is this going? My rice balls can make any animal obey. 99. Luan explained to Hermione, raising the rice ball in his hand. That doesn't mean. Hermione's eyes widened at the thought of eating rice balls herself. You kiss me, Luan demanded. I don't kiss you. 95. Hermione didn't look away. Look, aren't you under my control? Let's go, don't look at me like that, I didn't eat it. Luan said uncomfortably, feeling the resentful look in Miss Hermione's eyes behind him. Go away, Harry and the others are still inside. 99. After speaking, Luan jumped directly from the secret door. Hermione, who was outside, sighed helplessly and then jumped down. After entering it, the two felt that the ground became very soft and their legs even fell into it. What is this? Fluorescent flashes. Luan took out his wand, and gleaming dots of light illuminated the surrounding dark walls and the twisting vines beneath their feet. This is the Devil's Vine. Both of them had an impression of what was explained as a key point in the herbal medicine class. Because in the previous Hogwarts, there was a professor who fell into the Devil's 630 vine and died without being rescued. So the knowledge about Devil's Vine has been popularized since the first grade. Do you remember what the class was about? The corners of Miss Hermione's mouth twitched slowly, and she asked Luan. The Devil's Vine is just the basic content. Luan shrugged. This plant is not difficult for the two young lovers who have been dating in the library. Come on, light. 99. Bright as day. With the strong light, the two escaped from the rigid devil vine. Since Luan was the first to jump off, he was also the first to escape. So I hugged Hermione in a princess hug in advance, and Hermione wrapped Luan's neck with both hands. Okay, come down. Luan touched Hermione, whose eyes were still closed, with his head, and said helplessly. The two of them were dragging on like this, and Harry might have been killed by Quirrell alone. With that self-playing harp, combined with the person who needs the Philosopher's Stone the most right now, there is no doubt that it is Quirrell. Oh. Hermione blushed away from Luan's arms, her feet in small boots touching the stone floor. If it wasn't for the princess who just hugged her, it is estimated that her A** would be on the ground now. Thanks. Hermione walked quickly to Luan's side and thanked him in a low voice. What are you polite to me? Luan fondly touched the girl's brown curly hair, which was very soft and had a familiar fragrance. Push open the first door. The floor was littered with keybirds, which Luan once heard Professor Flitwick talk about. This thing was made by him. The previously closed door had been opened. It's Harry and the others. Luan muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, without Hermione, they would still be able to pass through the Devil's Vine. He thought that Harry and others could be seen on the Devil's Vine. Let's go to the second level. In the second room, the huge wizard chessboard that had been placed completely had now been scattered, and all kinds of debris and dust had fallen on the black and white chessboard. Luan, 35. A weak voice sounded, and Luan looked up at the corner. The dusty Ronald was sitting on a broken knight with a shaggy face. When he saw the two people who came in, he looked happy and hurriedly shouted, Harry, he has gone to the next level. And Neville, 35. How are you? Luan came over to check Ronald's injury, and there was no major injury other than a broken forearm. It's okay, I think you have to go to the school doctor's office to get a bottle of Rawbone spirit. Don't dash. Speaking of the Rawbone spirit, Ronald frowned in discomfort. He had tasted that kind of taste before, and it was simply not for people to drink. Can you still move? Luan pulled Ronald up and asked. Yes. 35. Ronald moved his body, but there was nothing else to do except his arms. I couldn't stand up just now because I was frightened. After a short rest, the fright was gone. Okay, you go out and tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this, and Hermione and I go to find Harry. 95. After speaking, Luan turned around and took Hermione into the third door. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The third level was a decryption game, but by the time the two of them entered, Harry had already passed through the burning flames. Only a shadow remained. Hermione, Luan. Neville, who was left outside, suddenly found two more people behind him. Why are you two here? 55. I don't have time to explain. You should stay away. Lewin took his wand and walked to the front of the magical flame, twirling the wand gently in his hand. All curses end. 9. This is an advanced spell to use skills that will not be learned before the 3rd grade. But Lewin had already learned all the spells he was interested in the forbidden area, including this useful spell. The flaming magic flame went out, revealing the 4th door hidden inside. Hermione, you and Neville are waiting here for Headmaster Dumbledore, and I'll go in and help Harry. Lou-Anne touched Hermione's cerebellum softly. Listen to me this time. Lewin's tone was firm, and after speaking, he picked up his wand and walked into the last room. Hermione, who was outside, bit her lip unwillingly. Even though she knows a lot of magic spells now, she still can't help. Since the Forbidden Forest, Hermione has understood the gap between herself and Lewin. It is definitely not an ordinary person to be able to research that powerful thunder and lightning spell on his own. I will get stronger. The girl looked at the disappearing back and made up her mind. Professor Quirrell? Harry looked warily at Quirrell standing beside the mirror of Erased. Ha ha, it's me, didn't you think? Quirrell's image at this time was full of gloomy coldness, completely lacking the usual flinching appearance, as well as the habit of stammering and twitching when speaking. You want to get the Philosopher's Stone? Harry couldn't believe it. Can I be Snape? Quirrell took a step forward, pointing his wand at Harry's head. Meet Professor Quirrell again. 99. A soft voice sounded in the room. Under Quirrell's haunted look, Lou-Anne strolled in. It looks like I didn't kill you in the Forbidden Forest last time. What a pity. When Quirrell heard this, he subconsciously covered his stomach. A penetrating wound there was aching. Don't worry, you can't run today. Right, Senior Tom?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.